Thank you, Chair. And thanks to everyone who is here. I hope you can see my screen. We put on slideshow. Okay. I'm presenting some results on real-time monitoring of water quality in Lake Nakuru using wireless sensor technology. And these are my colleagues who we worked in collaboration together. We have Kaimosi University College, Egerton University, Moi University, University of Kabianga, and KW, that's Kenya Wildlife Service. In the intro, the content of my presentation will be we'll have introduction, then objectives, literature review, methodology, and the sorts of data collected, challenges, then acknowledgements. In abstract, basically we are dealing with water quality monitoring in a water body, and it's necessary because that gives instantaneous and temporal variation of major pollutants, and also we can be able to get key water quality parameters. And we have applied LoRaWAN. These are long range for wide area network. These are and it's a low power system because now here we are collecting data in the lake, and then we don't have power there, so we have to get a source of renewable energy. So we have to use a low power and long range communication technology for wide area networks. And the environmental parameters captured including the temperature, electric conductivity, pH, and the dissolved oxygen. Well, Lake Nakuru wardens used to collect data from Lake from the lake waters, and basically what they did is they trained field officers, and then the field officers had gone manually in the lake. That is, they had to take a boat and put some samples of water, and then after picking those samples of water, they have to take that water samples for analysis in the lab. Well, this method was sort of challenging because now you have to you have to get all the way to the lake and pick all the samples. Then time consuming in terms of even the time to take water samples and come back to the lab to do all the analysis. And then it was also expensive in terms of manpower and also in terms of time. And then the real-time data was not available because whatever you picked from the lake and we came back, okay, some parameters would change over the time. The aim of the project was to develop an innovative real-time water quality monitoring on the lake using wireless sensor technology. And we were looking at devices capable of doing the measurements, and then the autonomous devices such that now they can transmit the data, and they're battery-powered sensor nodes, so that I would get real-time data in a server, whereby you can be able to get to just pick all this data instead of just traveling the lake and then getting the data back. Okay, we did some literature review, and we are looking at now the technology. Which technology can we employ now to transmit this data? Because we're in the lake, there is no power, and also in the lake, we found that actually the GSM was kind of very poor. So here we saw that okay, GSM, we have 4G and 5G, they have high bandwidth, but their medium is range, and they could not qualify. Actually, the cellular technology, the cellular network in the lake, actually it was very poor. So we discarded all these, and then we have other technology like Zigbee, wireless PAN, personal area networks. These are like Bluetooth and so on, and printers and so on, but these are still could not work. And then RFIDs, the normal. These are wireless networks, VHT networks, they could not also work. So basically, we are looking at this low range. We found that we have a low power wide area networks. This will have long range. You can see that the range is quite long, and also they have low bandwidth. Okay, bandwidth is in terms of they are looking about the data rates and the amount of bandwidth. The wider the bandwidth, of course, it becomes very expensive. So we are short of bandwidth, and we needed to get also low bandwidth. and also low bandwidth helps in power conservation. So we settled on low power wide area network. And when you consider low power wide area networks as IoT, that's Internet of Things, there are various technologies there. One of the main is the LoRaWAN, that's a low range wide area network, long range wide area network, weightless, and BIoT, RPMI, Sigfox, and there's a cellular-based GSM IoT. So those are all technologies with these low power wide area networks. And among these, we settled on LoRaWAN, and this the reason why we settled on LoRa. When you compare now the low power wireless technologies, LoRa spans actually from short to long range, and then its bandwidth is relatively well spans from low to about mid. That's now when you're comparing with the low power wireless technologies. So here you can see that actually the LoRaWAN is the most promising. And for the LoRaWAN, these are some of the advantages that you find with the LoRaWAN. It's bidirectional, that is, you can transmit data up and down, end-to-end security using IS encryption. IS encryption is it's advanced encryption standard. These are symmetric block ciphering and chosen by most governments to protect classified information. So it's very secure. And then you have the over-the-air registration of end nodes, low power, adaptive rate, and the long range, about 15 kilometers. That's in rural areas. In the lake, of course, there's no obstacles to span more length. And then low cost. And then the other important thing is you're operating along the unlicensed band, that is ISM, that's industrial, scientific, and medical. So it's a free bandwidth, which you are not paying. Otherwise, in the other technologies, if you use any of the other technologies, sometimes some bandwidth you'll be forced to pay. Like if you use GSM, of course, you have to get a license for that. Okay, ISM, industrial scientific, so 900 megahertz, 2 gigahertz, and 5 gigahertz bandwidth. So it's along that. So in our case, you are operating at 900 range, 900 megahertz range. There's a network architecture of a typical LoRaWAN. It's star topology, and you have end nodes. There in the end nodes, that's why we have our sensors, and each end node will speaking for sensors. Okay, we had one end node so far, speaking for sensors, and then you have a gateway. A gateway now interconnects now from the end node to the internet, and between this point, that's between the end node and the gateway, it's wireless. That's wireless technology. So between that, the end node will place it in the lake, and then you have a gateway somewhere midland on land, and then that you can connect it to the internet, to the server. And then you have network servers and application servers. Okay, in the implementation part, our system is IoT cloud-based system, so you can get data wherever you are. And our network server is DingsPeak, Dings network, and application server is DingsPeak. Here we have a buoy. This is a buoy actually situated at the center of the lake. This is a buoy situated at the center of the lake. And in this buoy, you have a head node which contains 4 sensors. So basically you have 4 sensors. Whatever you can see is just a reflection of the buoy because now it's in the lake. It's an antenna, we have some ventilation, and from here, from this antenna, this data is transmitted to a gateway, which is mounted at on a mast at KWS headquarters. That's a gate near the gate KWS headquarters. There's a mast there. We have to extend this mast by a few meters so that you could have line of sight to this buoy. These are the sensors that we applied. We have a temperature probe, that's a range, conductivity sensor, dissolved oxygen sensor, pH sensor probe, and various. And before we deploy them, we had to calibrate. We had standard liquids for their calibrations, and we did the calibrations, and that's the necessity for calibration is to reduce errors, maintain consistency, and improve on sensor performance. Okay, this is a snapshot of the real data collection. That's an application as server whereby we are doing now in DingsPeak. Now, this is the temperature and the icons. okay, depending on the time, the temperature of the lake goes up, and then later during the daytime it goes down, and so on. The electric conductivity, pH, and here, if I click here, you can go straight now to the server. So these are going straight to the server, and this is the live data now from the lake. This is what you're getting right now from the lake. The last entry is 3 minutes ago. Yep. So the temperature of the lake at the middle of the lake right now is 25.6. The pH is 10.48, as that was mentioned 3 minutes ago. And then the dissolved oxygen is 70.2 at the moment. That's the percentage dissolved oxygen. And the electric conductivity is 2,570 Siemens. These are live data, and what is happening right now is we are accumulating this data, and from here you can be able to get all the data, even which was logged even last week, last month, and so on. So if you can, I click data of input, I can download all that data. And the good thing, it comes in forms of an Excel, and these are data from January up to today, then 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Yeah, these are dates. These are now. This is the last data which is down today, and this is the time, 10:44, and so on. Yeah. So basically, you can be able to get that from our system. Okay, we go back to slideshow. Then these are some of the challenges that we got. Okay.
Excuse, Daktari. Yes. We are not seeing that whatever you are presenting. Kindly share if it is possible.
Can you see what I presented? Yeah.
The Excel sheet you are presenting.
Okay.
Stop sharing. Stop sharing, then share.
When I cleared here, okay, let me go back. Yep. Okay, I downloaded this one. This is what I got. Now, from here, you can see that from January up to today, at this time, this is the date. I have all this data, and basically, you can be able to do all the analysis or anything that you want this data. So basically, this data is available on the server. That's on the application server, and so long as you have internet, you can be able to access this data. Okay, let's go back to our presentation. It's clear. You can be able to see it.
We have seen. Just go back to your presentation.
Okay, then let me go back to my presentation. Good. Yep. Now, some of these challenges that you're facing is that, well, our sensors they're getting covered with a biofilm. So then it means that you have to clean for every 3 to 4 weeks. And these are like this pH sensor. It's really covered with a biofilm, and that's why sometimes the readings, when the readings become very poor, we have to go and clean it. These are the dissolved oxygen sensor, so you can see that also it's getting some foiling, that is some biofilm, and it's the stuff is yellow in color. So we have taken the biofilm in the lab for further analysis. We are guessing it's sort of silicon. Maybe there's a lot of silicon in the lake. And these are what is ongoing and planned activities. Real-time data collection and the publication is ongoing. We have additional nodes at the site in close proximity to major rivers, because we have the major rivers, River Darogo, that's River Njoro. Then there's another 2 rivers which come to this lake. We want to monitor the kind of water they're bringing in the lake. And then you have a student on doing a research on this. That's an MSc student working on this. Okay, analyzing this data. Basically, you just be getting these results, analyzing this data, and looking at some of these problems that are following. What is this covering? These our sensors and make them we need them to claim once and often. How can that problem be solved? Other is that's the end of my presentation, and I need to acknowledge the National Research Funding for funding the research. And then you have the institutional partners, that's Egerton University, KWS, Mo University, and Kenneth. And these are some of the technical support staff who really helped me in setting up the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. At this point now, we welcome the comments or questions from the audience. You can post your comments on the screen. And maybe to start with, I would like to know how many parameters, what are quality parameters you're able to monitor? And number two, who are you targeting with your data? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Basically, we are monitoring for water parameters. That's the temperature, the dissolved oxygen, the pH. Okay, I've seen dissolved. Okay, you have the temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, and then the electric conductivity. Basically, the KWS always tries to monitor the water quality of that lake because we know that the lake is very important to the community as well as to the government as well, because polluting that due to the pollutants of that lake, that's what they learn to maybe migration, the flamingos and so on. So basically, we're trying to monitor what is really happening in the lake and who is causing this destruction in the lake. So the data will mostly go to the KWS staff, the stakeholders, as well as policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the reaction. Another question from the chat from Dr. Kwanj. Given the fouling of some of the sensors, how do you assure of the quality of the data received between the service?
Well, okay. Okay, that's a very interesting question because, well, when a sensor becomes covered with this biofilm, we usually note that actually the readings have dropped drastically, and we have a parametric equipment here. These are another set of data, kind of a data logger, which usually weekly we go there to measure whether the quality, whatever the sensors are measuring, it's in liaison with whatever you are receiving from the data sensors. So basically, well, it might be something might get foiled. So that data within 1 or 2 days, it might not be reliable. But immediately if we clean it, that's and then we test that it's transmitting the right data. Then it's okay. So basically, we usually check the data. If really it deviates a lot, we know that really is not a good data, and though it has been transmitted, when we are doing the analysis, some of those data you have to discount them off. Yeah, I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, I think it has been answered well. Do remember to take a poll at the end of the presentation. Our next presenter, the next presenter is we will forward to you some of the reactions from the audience. We may not be able to read all of them. For now, you can stop sharing and then we move to the next presenter. Then remember to take a poll at the end of this presentation. So the next presenter is Okelo.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Just share
Allow me
your
to
presentation.
share my screen.
Kindly introduce yourself and your organization and where you are looking in from.
Thank you. I'm Bernard Okelo. I'm from Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology. And I welcome you for this presentation. Let me just share my slides. Just bear with me for a minute.
If you have
Can you bring it down? I'm sitting here. I want to have it. Thank you. So there we are. Allow me to present my work. And my topic is Lipschitz functions and optimization in Hilbert spaces. So, as I've said, I'm from Egerton University. And sorry, I'm from Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology. I'll give an introduction. Then I move to preliminaries. Then I'll give my results, and then I'll give a conclusion. Why do we study this work? Optimization is very important, particularly functional analysis. And in this regard, we have several spaces, but the space in concern here is what we call a Hilbert space. This study has several significance and roles in financial mathematics and basically to the business community. And for the business community, you know very well that a businessman's interest is to make profit and to minimize losses. So we gear this work into what we call solving what we call optimization problem. Now, before I proceed further, I will give some basic concepts. The first one is what we call convergence. So if you take a Banach space, of course, a Hilbert space is a Banach space in which inner product is the defining structure. So if we take a sequence Xn in a Banach space B, then we say the sequence converges to a point X in B if we take limits as n tends to infinity of Xn being equal to that point X. And remember, I've said in Hilbert spaces, we have structure defined by inner product. So if you look at this part, we take limits as n tends to infinity of the inner product of xnu, which gives us xu, the inner product of xu. Of course, this happens for all u in H. So in this case, u is picked arbitrarily. Now we use this notation xn minus tends to x. There's a small typo here to mean that xn converges weakly to x. So this is not minus, it is a half an arrow. Now this one takes us to the second definition, which we call lower semi-continuity. So when do we say a function is lower semi-continuous? Now in this regard, we are going to consider real valued function. That is a function acting on the real space. So if a real valued function on a Banach space B is considered, then we say it is lower semi-continuous, abbreviated as LSC, if f of x is less or equal to the limit inferior of f of xn. Of course, this occurs for all consequences, all sequences x and b, such that xn tends strongly to x and weakly sequentially lower semi-continuous. That is another condition on lower semi-continuity. If it happens that xn tends weakly to x. Now, because we are going to consider convex optimization, when do we say a space is convex? So if you consider set W, we say it is convex. If for all scalars between the closed interval 0, 1, we have xy in W satisfying this condition here. That is beta x plus 1 minus beta into bracket y belongs to W. In a literal sense, if you take a circle or a rectangle, then we will say that space represented by the circle, the rectangle, is convex if any 2 points can be connected by a line which is completely in the circle or the rectangle. If it happens that part of the line is not in the circle or the rectangle, then we say it is non-convex. Now we note that f, the function f, is strictly convex if we have b being in the open interval 0, 1. Now, there are some definitions which are important in optimization, like the global minimizer and local minimizer. And here we consider an Rn space, that is a real or Euclidean n-dimensional space, and we consider W, which is a subset of Rn. So we call X star, that is the notation in Rn, a global minimizer if the minimum over X in W of f of X and f of X star is less or equal to f of X. And a local minimizer if the condition here is satisfied, that is the norm of X star minus X is less or equal to epsilon. Of course, epsilon is arbitrarily very small. Now, it is known that any local minimizer of a convex optimization problem is a global minimizer. That is, every local is global, but the converse is not necessarily true. Now, we have this proposition where we consider Banach space and F taking B to R. Remember, B is a Banach space and R is the set of real numbers. Now, the following conditions are equivalent, and this one we can get from reference 3. That is, F is weakly sequentially continuous, and the epigraph of F is weakly sequentially closed. Now, this takes us to the remark such that if we have B taken to R, then it is coercive if for all X in B, the limits over the norm of X tending to infinity of f of X is equal to infinity. Now we can look at another result, this proposition here, and I'll take you through the proof in just not in details, but a sketch. So if we consider H as an infinite dimensional real separate Hilbert space, and we consider W as a subset of H, and it is strongly closed and convex, then W is weakly sequentially closed. Now, remember I said Xn tends weakly to X in W to indicate the weakness. Now, we only need to show that X belongs to W by showing that X is equal to phi restricted to W acting on X. Now, in this case, phi is a projection. In some places, we call this function phi. So it depends on where the context you're using it. Now, since phi is a projection, then we have what we call a variational inequality given by the inner product property. That is inner product of X minus phi acting on X, comma Y minus phi acting on X is less or equal to 0. Of course, for any arbitrary element picked in W. And therefore, this equation 1, this inequality 1 holds, of course, for all n. Remember, n comes from the set of natural numbers. And therefore, Xn minus W is in W. And therefore, we have this norm, which gives us the limits of this inner product. Now, if we consider equation 1, then we have this norm of X minus phi of X being equal to 0. And therefore, X is equal to phi of X. Now, this proposition is instrumental in taking us to a lemma, which states that if we consider a function taking a Hilbert space to the set of real numbers being lower semi-continuous and convex, then f is weakly lower semi-continuous. And just to see the proof, we know that f is convex if and only if the epigraph of x is convex. And moreover, the epigraph of x is strongly closed because f is strongly lower semi-continuous. So if we look at proposition 1, then we have that the epigraph of f is weakly sequentially closed, implying that f is weakly sequentially lower semi-continuous. Now, those were some preliminary results. Some of our main results are here. Like we have theorem 1, and here we consider H as an infinite dimensional real Hilbert space which is separable, and W a subspace of H is taken as a weakly sequentially closed and bounded. Now, if F takes W to R is weakly sequentially lower semi-continuous, then F is bounded from below and has a minimizer on W. Remember, we denoted a minimizer by X star. So the proof has 2 steps. 1, we show that F is bounded below, and 2, there exists a minimizer in W. So the proof is there. Because of time, I'll not go through the whole proof, but if there's any concern, I can address. Now, the consequence of that result is that if we have H being infinite dimensional and real Hilbert space which is separable, then the optimization problem, that is the infimum of f of x over x in W, admits at least one global minimizer. Remember, I said every local minimizer is a global minimizer, but no, the converse is not true. That's why we can be able to get at least one global minimizer. Now, this is an analogy. We can get it from the main result, that is theorem 1. Once we've done coercivity, that is sufficient. And now we move to a stricter case where we have a function that is strictly convex on W as a unique minimizer on W. So uniqueness is also a very important characteristic, which is important in.
Kindly summarize your presentation. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Which is important in optimization problems, and the proof is that. So I'll just say this in a minute. You consider the convexity of W, and if you consider this line here, bx plus 1 minus, beta in y, then this is in W. So we cannot lose the generality, and if you check down here, you realize that this set forms an open ball containing X, such that this condition holds, and therefore it is not a local minimizer, which is a contradiction. So we contradict that fact and we get a minimizer which is global. And remember, a local minimizer can be global, but not every global is. So we have several results, but I will take you to the example, then I conclude. So this work can be applied in optimization problems, particularly the Dirichlet problem, which we have done there. So this example helps us to ensure that we have the existence of a unique minimizer, which is ensured by the application of theorem 3. So this work is useful in portfolio optimization, and it is actually geared towards applications in 2 directions. 1, the Cox-Ross-Rubinstein model, and Hamilton-Jacobi-Bellman equation. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelo, for the nice presentation. It's now time for comments or questions from the audience. Maybe to start with a specific example where your work can be applied in real life situation. Okay, Lo.
Yes.
You got the question.
Okay. I'm waiting for the question.
The question was can you kindly give us maybe a specific example where your work can apply in science or engineering?
Where we can apply the work.
Yes.
No. Okay, let me give you a particular case now, okay? For optimization problems, optimization here means minimization or maximization. I'll give you a real example which is happening now. The currency of Russia has really gone down. So if somebody wants to make a lot of profit in future, then somebody would invest in the Russian currency now. And if the currency improves, after a given period of time, you expect the returns to be higher. So in this regard, you minimize on investment and you maximize on the profit, but in future.
Thank you very much for the response.
There's another question. Which field?
There's a question on the chat.
Yes.
And I read for you. Which field of study is this?
Which field of study is this?
Yes.
Functional analysis.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You can stop sharing.
Thank you.
We don't have any other comment or question to allow the next person to share slides. So the next presenter is Amolo. Amolo, you are in? Are you logged in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can. Okay, welcome. We can see you, and you are also audible. You can share your presentation. And don't forget to introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning all.
Amolo, maybe before you start,
Yes.
you are using I think you can now, can you put it on a presentation mode?
That's what I've done from my end.
Probably you can guide you on the far end. On below there, where it's written comments on the orange bar. After comments.
I should stop sharing first. Is it?
No.
Okay.
Yes. You can click on, you see the one that looks like a glass or something. Click on that.
There's an icon there at the extreme end. You are right.
You can see that.
Oh.
After the notes.
Just proceed.
But are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Proceed. We can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Tabitha from the Department of Physics, Egerton University. My presentation is titled Magnetism in Reduced Graphene Oxide Germanium Quantum Dot Nanocomposite. So when you talk of magnetism, what comes to the mind of a lay person is a permanent magnet. And so here I have a picture of a permanent magnet, the ones that we use when we are little kids, we play with. So this is a permanent magnet with the magnetic field lines all around. So what we look at the origin of magnetism, and it's a quantum mechanical effect that's related to an electron beam. And to make that simpler, when you talk about magnetic material, it's basically a material that will reduce its potential energy along the field line so that you find it will be attracted towards a north pole or a south pole. A magnetic property of a material is a measure of how a material will respond when we have an external applied field. So we have 5 types of magnetism. Elements can be diamagnetic, they can be paramagnetic or ferromagnetic. And then we have other elements and compounds that can be ferromagnetic or antiferromagnetic. Now our focus is graphene-based samples. So probably let's start by talking about graphene. So graphene is the wonder material of the century, discovered back then in 2004. It's basically a monolayer of sp2 hybridized carbon atoms. The carbon atoms are packed in a hexagonal ring that forms a honeycomb structure. Now, graphene has unique properties that are desirable for various applications. So some of these properties, just to mention, it has got excellent carrier mobility. It has got high electrical conductivity, high material flexibility and strength. It has got high thermal conductivity, high optical transparency. And for these given properties, we have graphene being applicable in nanoelectronics, in optoelectronics, in structural applications, amongst others. Then
excuse me.
Yes, please.
Are your slides moving?
I'm on the slide that I'm using.
Which slide is that?
This should be slide number 3.
We are seeing slide 2, the introduction.
From my end, it's showing the slide magnetism in graphene. Okay, let me do this. Let me just go back and
let's proceed.
Okay. So I've said that graphene is applied in nanoelectronics, in optoelectronics, and in structural applications, amongst others. But for the magnetic applications, the additional properties that are desirable are this weak spin orbit coupling and long spin relaxation lengths. Naturally, graphene is not a magnetic material that is the pristine graphene, but it has these 2 desirable properties. Nevertheless, we can induce localized magnetic moments in graphene by the use of vacancies, edges, or atoms. Such defect-induced moments, magnetic moments in graphene, will arise from conduction electrons, and also the very pi electrons of graphene form a medium for a localized spin coupling. That is, now we can have spin coupling from the defect electrons and also the graphene electrons. This defect-induced magnetic moments in graphene and their coupling can be controlled by an electric field. This is analogous to the ampolar electric field effect in graphene that makes it very desirable for field effect transistors. So the prospect of electric field control of the spin transport makes graphene-based materials desirable for spintronic applications. So just to mention a few of the application areas, magnetic application areas of graphene-based nanomaterials, we have spin-based quantum information processing. This is what basically goes on in the quantum computers, where we have computations being performed using only the 2 qubits, 0 and 1, simultaneously. I will mention here that quantum dots like the ones we have in these nanocomposites are also desirable in quantum computing because they can help in maintaining the qubits in one physical state long enough during the computations. Another application area for graphene-based magnetic materials is magnetic-based drug delivery systems. So this is where we have the magnetic nanomaterial being used in drug delivery, especially in cancer therapy. Additionally, quantum dots are used in vivo tumor imaging. Now, for the synthesis of our nanocomposite, we start from synthesizing graphene oxide. So we use modified Hermos method to produce graphene oxide. Graphene oxide is an oxygen functionalized graphene. Now, mostly we go this route, we start from the synthesis of graphene oxide because graphene is itself, pristine graphene, as much as it has very good properties, it is hygroscopic. That means that so what happened? Somebody sharing for me.
Yes, you want us to go to slide number?
Continue. I did not number them, but I mean the methodology. Slide 1 under methodology.
Yeah.
Under methodology. Yes, there. So I was saying that graphene, pristine graphene, as much as go to the previous slide. Yes. So I was saying that to synthesize this nanocomposite, we start with graphene oxide because graphene oxide is hydrophilic. It can be dissolved in most polar solvents or in water. And this makes it desirable for solution-based processing of devices wherein we use graphene. So we use modified Hermos method to produce graphene oxide. Also, the oxygen functional groups on the graphene oxide form nucleation sites for additional atoms or for heteroatom doping. So the graphene oxide is then dissolved in anhydrous ethanol. Also, separately, germanium tetrachloride is dissolved in anhydrous ethanol. The two solutions are ultrasonicated before being transferred to a microwave where microwave-assisted thermal synthesis takes place. From the microwave, what is produced is a nanocomposite reduced graphene oxide, germanium dioxide, which is black in color. Then after that, this nanocomposite is thermally reduced at 650 degrees Celsius in the presence of hydrogen gas to produce a reduced graphene oxide germanium quantum dots nanocomposite. Now, for this study, we also produced reduced graphene oxide sample, thermally reduced at 650 degrees Celsius for comparison purposes. Next slide, please. The samples produced were analyzed for morphological properties by using high resolution transmission electron microscope. Then room temperature magnetic response measurements were done using a VSM in an applied field of 1.5 Teslas. Then also we did temperature dependent magnetization response measurements in a VSM in a mini cryogenic free measurement system. Now the applied field was 5 Teslas. Next, please. Now, figure 1 shows the Egerton image of the nanocomposites that was produced. What you can see is that we have transparent nanomaterial, which is typical of the graphenes. It has a high transparency, optical transparency. And then this nanomaterial also has got a lot of wrinkles and it has got scrolls at the edges. It has got scrolls and a lot of wrinkles. And then you can see the germanium quantum dots anchored on the planes, on the basal planes of the nanocomposite. Next, please. Now, figure 2 shows the magnetic hysteresis loops for the two samples, this is RGO and the nanocomposite. These hysteresis loops are typical of non-saturating paramagnetic materials. The only difference between the two is that for the RGO, which is A, we have a higher coercivity. Around the coercive field, we see that we have a higher coercivity value, but both materials show or exhibit paramagnetic behavior. Next, please. Now, table 1 shows the magnetic properties or parameters that was obtained for the nanomaterials. Please click next. Yeah, so for the magnetization, you can see that in the nanocomposite, we have an enhanced magnetization compared to the RGO and GO. So like I said, that pristine graphene is diamagnetic. But with add atoms, we can induce magnetization. And the measurement here shows clearly that the germanium quantum dots add atoms induced magnetic moments in our RGO. Now, what happens here is that in the nanocomposites, there will be charge transfer from the germanium quantum dots or the germanium orbitals and the graphene electron system or the graphene bands. So with that charge transfer, we have localized or semi-localized quasi-states being created or formed near the Fermi level. Now, this is something or perceived as a finite density of states near the Fermi level. So basically what I'm saying is that with the charge transfer taking place between the germanium and the graphene structure, we have a finite density of states being formed near the Fermi level. And this density of states is enhanced because the other atoms are quantum dots. That means that we have a quantum confinement effect taking place. Now, in this density of states, or all these states that are formed, we'll have the splitting of the spin-up states and the spin-down states. And then with that, we have an imbalance between the two sublattices of graphene. Graphene has got two sublattices. This is what yields the localized magnetic moments. That's why we have a high magnetization for the nanocomposite. Please go next. Press next, please. So for the coercive fields, we find that the reduced graphene oxide has a higher coercivity than the nanocomposite and the graphene oxide. So coercivity is usually, it's a measure of a material's magnetocrystalline nature or magnetocrystalline anisotropy. So if, for example, we have a material that has got many wrinkles, then it will have less coercivity. That is one parameter. The other one is that the coercivity depicts the type of coupling within the sample. So for our case, if we consider the RGO and the nanocomposite, the RGO has the RKKY type of interaction. So this is the interaction that is mediated by conduction electrons. And in the RGO, usually the graphene structure is somehow restored. So that if you look at the electrical conductivity of RGO compared to that of GO, you'll find that the RGO exhibits a higher conductivity because the honeycomb structure of graphene is restored. So basically what I'm saying in many words is that we have more electrons in the RGO than the GO. And so if we have the RKKY type of interaction being mediated by conduction electrons, then it will be more, or it will be enhanced in the RGO sample. So besides the fact that the RGO has less wrinkles, I didn't show the image for RGO, but we see from the article, it is less wrinkled. So beside the fact that it's less wrinkled, that type of interaction leads to a higher coercivity in comparison to the 3 samples. Also, we could see that the nanocomposite has more wrinkles. And then for the squareness, according to the Stoner Wolfert model, for the squareness ratio, if we have anything less than 0.5, it shows that the type of coupling that is taking place is magnetostatic in the sample. If it is anything greater than 0.5, then the type of interaction is exchange coupling. So because for all the 3 samples, we have a squareness ratio like less than 0.5, then we can tell that the coupling that is taking place within these magnetic moments is a magnetostatic type of coupling. And these are parameters for the room temperature measurements. Next slide. Now for the temperature dependent magnetic measurements, we have figure 3. This hysteresis look at lower temperature, that is 4 and 20 Kelvin, shows that this material is paramagnetic at that lower temperature regime. And the zoom area showing the coercive field shows that the coercivity again increases with the increase in temperature. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, so when we move to a different temperature regime, that is from 100 Kelvin to 200 Kelvin, now we see that the hysteresis lobes are typical of ferromagnetic materials, and the coercivity increases with the increase in the temperature. So for example, at 200 Kelvin, we have a higher coercivity compared to the 150, that's the red, and then 100 Kelvin. Next. Next slide. Yeah, so what we've seen in the previous slide where we have ferromagnetic behavior, it shows that there is a weak tolerant ferromagnetism that results from exchange splitting of the bands at that very low temperature regime. And also from figure 4, we can tell that there's some exchange bias effect that is taking place at that temperature regime. And that's why we see that the coercive field is also increasing with the increase in temperature. Now, this is expected anyway. The exchange bias effect is expected because at the very low temperatures, we have a paramagnetic behavior, then that shifts to ferromagnetic behavior. And then when we come to room temperature, we have a paramagnetic behavior again. Now, this the coercive field that is increasing is, like I've said, is because of exchange bias effect. That is, there is interaction between the magnetic clusters, and that is mediated by thermally activated electrons in the composites. We remember that germanium is a semiconductor, so its conductivity will fluctuate or will be dependent on, will be affected by the temperature, so to speak. Next slide.
Kindly summarize your presentation. The time is almost up.
Next. Next slide. So in conclusion, next, please. So the first is that at room temperature, the sample is typically paramagnetic. Next. Then at very low temperatures, the low temperature regime, we have paramagnetic behavior. At relatively higher temperatures, that's between 100 and 200 Kelvin, the sample is ferromagnetic. And it's important to note that the magnetization and the coercivity of the nanocomposite is high, remarkably high at room temperature. So if you were to use this sample for applications, magnetic applications, then the room temperature, it will be suitable for room temperature magnetic applications. Now, the results that has been provided here provide more insights in tailoring graphene magnetic properties for spintronic applications. In other words, from this study, we found out that with functionalization or with other atoms, we can induce localized magnetic moments in graphene. And if we have that, then graphene with its weak spin orbit coupling and long spindle activation lengths, then it is suitable for spintronic applications. The article that was shown there is where we can get more information. This work, I did it during my PhD, so I will acknowledge my professors there, Professor Nyamori and Professor Mola, and acknowledge the UKZN and the technology platform. I will also acknowledge the UKZN condensed matter physics group, especially Professor Moyo and Dr. Patrick, with whom we did the work together. Then I will acknowledge Egerton University because they gave me the study leave during that time, and I will acknowledge all I will acknowledge God for helping me out all the way. And I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. We appreciate your presentation. Maybe one clarification. In one of your presentation, there is a graph you presented of magnetism versus temperature. And you did say that magnetism increases with temperature. What is that? The science behind that? What is the science behind that?
I did not say that magnetism increases the temperature. We can go back to that slide. It's where we have figure 4. Yes, this one. So what increases with the temperature here is the coercivity, the coercive fields. And the science behind that is that there's exchange bias effect that is happening. So there is, with exchange bias effect, there is coupling between the exchange splitting of the bands, which produces or which mediates that coupling between the magnetic moments. So that's why we have the coercivity increasing with the temperature. It's not the magnetism that increases, it is the coercivity.
Thank you very much for that. I will read one question from the chat. And the question is, what are the key findings of your study?
The key finding, I mentioned it under conclusion, is that with the heavy element functionalization, or if I put in other words, if we use other atoms, then we can have localized magnetic moments being induced in the graphene structure. And I've mentioned that what makes graphene suitable for spintronic applications or for magnetic applications, the fact that it has weak spin orbit coupling and long spin relaxation lengths, but otherwise it lacks the intrinsic magnetic moments. So if we have a way of inducing magnetic moments in the graphene structure, then you can use such graphene samples for magnetic applications that I've mentioned. And this work has shown that you can actually induce localized magnetic moments by using other atoms. The atoms in our case were the germanium quantum dots.
Thank you very much. We can move to the next presenter, who is Nalianya. Are you looking? Nalianya, are you locked in? You're welcome. We can see your slides, but we can't hear you. Can you say hi and introduce yourself? We can't hear you.
Sorry. You are getting me now?
Yes, you are now clear.
Yes, it has become a common trend in the leather industry to incorporate organic compounds into the leather structure or leather matrix for different functionalities of the leather material. And the most common one has been...
Maybe before you proceed, Daktari,
yes.
kindly introduce yourself.
I'm Kalen Nalianya from Physics Department. You're getting me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you. So we realized from filler reinforcement theory that every time you introduce a material into a matrix, you are actually introducing a boundary between the two materials. In this case, if you introduce alloy barbandensis miller mixed with the carrageenan into the leather, then we are going to have two boundaries. This is the mixture and the leather matrix. And this interface, of course, will be responsible for the transfer of the stress that is applied on this material. And this interface stress transfer capacity, which is now created, determines the ultimate strength, properties, and of course, mechanical properties of that material. And that means that if we introduce our mixture into the matrix, it may cause poor interfacial adhesion or non-uniform concentration of the stress, or maybe the high filler loadings or the volume fraction is going to create a problem in the transfer of the stress applied on the material. So the size of the particles, which in this case were very big, may have an impact on the stress transfer between the interface. It may have poor or lack of functionalization. It may introduce surfactants, which of course they are going to affect the adhesion and of course the work done in transferring the stress. And this may affect the resultant mechanical properties. So if the three parameters, the size, the functionalization, and the surfactants, they are going to initiate what we call cracks or fracture points in our material, which is going to weaken the material and hence the mechanical and physical properties. So this mixture can either cause unnecessary stress concentration, which weaken the structure, or they may act as barriers that will stop or prevent the crack growth, hence will reinforce the effect. So large filler particles, of course, they have large, they have small total surface area, which means that it is inefficient in the stress transfer. And that means that we will have a weaker structure as a result of the incorporation. And also, when we talk of the bonding or the sulfiting chemicals that we use in this leather, then they are going to increase the interfacial adhesion. And this means that they are going to reduce the strength of the material. Sorry. So, of course, poor adhesion is going to make or to initiate the cracks and makes it hard for the stress to be propagated through the material. And also cracks initiate discontinuity in the form of debounding. Thus the particle size, the particle size cannot carry any load. And that means that we are going to weaken the strength property of that material. Therefore, there is need to understand the mechanism of either reinforcement or weakening of any incorporation, especially in this case, the alloy mixture or with the carrageenan on the leather physical properties. And this, of course, will help us to understand the processes that are involved in the deformation and the mechanical failure of our material. And will also give us the connection between the structure, the processing, and also the underlying mechanisms that are involved. So in this study, we determined the percentage elongation at break and the tensile strength for leather that has been treated by the mixture and the leather that has not been treated by the mixture. And we captured the main empirical relations and theoretical models to compare the experimental and the predicted results to determine their feasibility in the mechanical properties determination in leather. And the results were also used to explain the actual mechanism that is involved either in the reinforcement or the weakening of our matrix. And in our study, we also came up with an ideal volume fraction of the fillers, in this case, our mixture, the filler load and the stress capacity, filler adhesion. Now, these are some of the theoretical models and relations that we used at the Einstein, the Guth, that looks at the inevitable particle interaction at high volume fraction. We have Calabrasad, the Danuso. We have all these theoretical models that we applied. Now, given the two leathers that have been treated with a mixture and the one that has not been treated, we got the samples at turning stage, at returning stage, at dyed stage, and at fatliquored stage. And when we look at the experimental results from here, from this table, we realize that both the tensile strength and the elongation at break, they actually decreased with the incorporation of our mixture. Looking at this table number 2, we were now comparing the experimental values of the leathers at different stages with the theoretical or the predicted values using the Nielsen model. And we find that the results, predicted and the experimental results were not significantly different. We can see from the p-value, and therefore we can be able to say that Nielsen model can be appropriate to predict the elongation of crushed composites or leathers at all stages of post-turning processes because of the results that are almost equal to the experimental ones. We also now looked at the strength properties predicted using other models and in comparison with experimental results. And we can see all the samples at different stages, and we can see the prediction given by different models there. And what we can see is that the dissimilarities between the predicted values using all those models and the experimental values were not significantly different. In fact, when we look at Calabrasad, he shows the values of P to be significantly not different. Now, we also calculated experimentally the volume fractions of our mixture, and we also used 4 models to predict the volume fractions right from the tensile strength. And of course, we can see that the volume fraction predicted by Nielsen model of elongation agrees very closely with the experimental values. Unlike these other ones, the variation is huge. And we can see that there is a common trend at fatliquoring stage. Predicted and experimental values are actually on the same order. That is 2 power 10 negative 2 volume fraction. So the average predicted value for volume fraction at fatliquoring, because we have seen, is the stage at which the predicted values are very close to the experimental values. We find out that it is 2.508 times 10 power negative 3. So this means that Nielsen model can be used to calculate the ideal fraction from the average volume fraction at all the stages. And we also calculated the volume fractions of the mixture, and we found out that it is actually 4.96.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes to summarize your work.
So in this case, we can see that the predicted percentage of the mixture should be 3.78%. Using other models, we were able to get the parameter constants. And those parameter constants, of course, they will give us attenuation values. They'll give us the discontinuities and the stress transfer in the material, and also help us to allude to the stress concentration at the interface. And we also used the porosity theory, and we found out the value of P, which accounts for the weaknesses that is created when we incorporate this material into our matrix, and it was lowest in fat lacquered crust. So here we find also that it had the lowest value of A from Gupta and Purwar model, which indicates the lowest stress concentration. So the p-value in this case, which is the filler matrix reinforcement, which measures actually the adhesion strength, was highest in fat lacquered crust. So the turned one recorded values which are greater than 0.8, which imply poor adhesion. And the load carried by the fillers, as we use the Kudia model, was highest in fat lacquered crust. That means that the fillers that we are introducing into our crust at fat lacquering stage are actually helping to carry some of the stress that is exerted on our material. And since the applied load on the treated crust is transferred from the leather matrix through frictional forces in the interface from the fiber slippage, the predicted contributions from the friction and residue pressure also determine the stress transfer capacity due to adhesion. And we can see that in fat lacquered crust, it had the highest contribution. We can also, now confirm that fat lacquered crust actually recorded the highest stress transfer capacity. And because the particle size used is uniform in all of them, then it means that the difference in the load carrier capacity cannot be attributed to the debounding, because we have seen in all the samples, only the crust has the higher value of porosity. So in this case, we can say that fat lacquering agents play a significant role in enhancing the adhesion, and these chemicals, it can be that the fat lacquering chemicals are actually increasing the wetting effect and also the work of adhesion or strong interfacial interaction, and hence they work to increase the dispersion or the distribution of our mixture. So in conclusion, we can see that actually we can actually use our theoretical models to determine the quantity or the percentage quantity of our mixture, which is actually at 3.78% per weight of the crust. And also we determined the best stage at which we can do the incorporation of our fillers so that we get the best effect of reinforcing our material so that its mechanical properties are enhanced. We can also be able to see that all the theoretical existing empirical models and the semi-empirical equations, they actually give a closely related values when you compare with the experimental. So that means that we can actually use our models to predict the strengthening mechanism and the weakening mechanism of these fillers. And also we can predict the values of our tensile properties of this material and hence physical properties. And we can also recommend that we can increase the surface free energy of the fillers. In leather industry, they actually use sulfuric acid, which actually brings about the issue of sulfiting, which actually increases the surface free energy and also increases the adhesion. And this will make sure that our adhesion is high, and that means that the stress transfer capacity is also increased. We also suggest that if smaller particles of our mixture can be used so that there is better distribution and hence better stress transfer, then it will be better. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the nice presentation. We appreciate you. Maybe a quick question. You have said Nelson model of elongation is a reliable model. My question is, to what extent, or what is the validity of this model? What's the validity of this model you are alluding to be the best? That is Nielsen model of elongation.
Yes. Yes.
To what extent you can apply, or what is the validity of that model?
The extent of the usage of the model actually is based on the similarity between the predicted values using the model and the actual values that we got from the lab, from the Instron mechanical measuring tool.
Thank you very much. I think that marks the end of our presentation. Thank you everyone for your presentation. Now we can go back to the main group, and do remember to take a call when you enter that main group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can now move to the biosciences breakout room. Can you move to biosciences breakout room? Thank you. Where is it? Can you move to biosciences? We are closing this breakout room.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to the Bioscience session of the 4th Egerton International Conference. And I welcome all of you. We have 5 presentations this morning. I can see, sorry, I can see I have most of the presenters there. And what we are going to do We'll give you, each one of you, 10 minutes to make the presentation, and after the end of the presentation, we'll ask questions. The participants can ask questions, but we encourage them to use the chat so that they can write the question and so that we can move faster. And then at the end of when everybody has presented, I'd like to request all of you, please, when you go to the main session, you fill in the evaluation form, which is there because we need it. And without talking more, now I'd like to invite the first presenter, and this is Mr. Lagat. Lagat, can you share your presentation, please? You are making a presentation on genetic and chemical methods of ascertaining aflatoxinogenicity give discordant results, a case study of Aspergillus species from Eastern Kenya. So, Mr. Lagat, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for welcoming me to this session. My name is Mika Lagat, and this paper is still under review, and it is at advanced stage. So my presentation is about genetic and chemical methods of ascertaining aflatoxinogenicity. And actually, we found that this gives a discordant results, especially for the case of Aspergillus species from Eastern Kenya. In the same paper, we have Dr. Faith Toroitich, we have Oxley Makonde, and we have Professor Amos Obonyo. So my presentation is about aflatoxins and the way we normally quantify aflatoxins when we want to assess the aflatoxinogenicity nature of this Aspergillus species. So normally aflatoxins are mycotoxins that are produced by fungi, and we have two species that achieve, they actually achieve producers. These are Aspergillus flavus and parasiticus. But however, we have other members in the same group like Aspergillus tamari and others that also produce the same metabolite. Now, aflatoxins are actually produced as secondary metabolites, which means they are not actually important in their survival of the organism, but they are just produced because of stress. It is to respond to a stress, and this stress is normally high temperatures and also humidity, high humidity. So in classifying whether a species is aflatoxigenic, which means it is a producer, or non-toxigenic, requires some of the techniques that we normally use. For example, we normally use molecular techniques, which involve screening of genes to check whether the genes that are associated with production of aflatoxin are there or not. However, we have other methods that include even the chemical methods where we have color change that denotes the aflatoxin production by different species. Now, we've noticed that in the current study, we were investigating the ability of aflatoxin producing species to produce aflatoxin based on their genetic makeup, and also confirming it with a chemical method. And if you look at the title, it is actually giving us a discordant kind of results, which means there is no direct relationship whether if there are some presence of the gene can actually be confirmed by the chemical method. In short, there is that discordance, there is that disparity. Now, there is a very important concept called exclusive competition. Now, exclusive competition is just a phenomenon where the species that are not producers of aflatoxins can be used to reduce aflatoxin production by those species that produce aflatoxin, of course, through competition, either for competition for food, competition for space. And that is why I present something similar to that here, that toxigenic species, which refer to the fungi that do not produce aflatoxins, have been used in the recent past to outcompete those that produce aflatoxins, and therefore it is a way of reducing aflatoxin contamination. We know that aflatoxins are actually contaminants. They are toxins that are found in food, for example, maize, groundnuts, and it is rampant all over our country, and more specifically at Eastern region, where fatalities have even been recorded. If you look back at 2004, there are fatalities around 125 people dying because of aflatoxin contamination. So it is actually a real problem. Now, the issue is inability of us to really come up with a way of segregating between those that produce aflatoxins and those that do not produce aflatoxin. However, we have some methods that are gold standard, and these methods include the studying of the fungi itself using the molecular techniques and even the chemical techniques. Now, to do this study, we had some materials and method, and one of the ways we did is just identifying the fungi and also culturing them. And this included the subculturing and later molecular identification by looking at the ITS regions. These are the sections of the regions that are normally involved in conferring the characteristics to the fungi. So we can use these ITS regions to segregate between the species. And then what we did next is confirming the molecular confirmation, where we found now the molecular aspect, and confirming it with a chemical identification to see whether there is consistency. And then we also confirm the presence of these genes, and these are aflatoxin-associated genes. And these aflatoxin-associated genes are actually around 25 of them. But there are those that have been actually used as markers for aflatoxin production, and there are around 4 of them, which we actually did the screening of those 4 genes. And then we had the statistical analysis where we were confirming the percentages of production and even the presence or absence of a gene. And we even had an image J for analysis to analyze the image that were produced. Now the results, we have quite a number of things that we found out. That the genetic analysis showed most of the isolate had actually the aflatoxin associated genes in their genome. In short, those species that were producing aflatoxin, they had indeed these genes with them. And it was surprisingly to note that the hierarchy, the abundance of these genes were in percentages, and the most predominant one is what we call the AFLAQ. AFLAQ is a very, very important gene encoding for the first enzyme that is involved in aflatoxin production. So it was actually 100%, which means of the isolates that we had 17 isolates that we were screening. Of all of them, they actually contained this AFLAQ. And then we had the occurrence of AFLA-D, which is involved in the almost second enzyme in aflatoxin pathway. And we can see the rest percentage there. And then we also observed that there was actually variation in the genes among the species, which means the genes that are present, for example, in isolate number 1 could not be present actually in isolate number 2. And there was that kind of variation. And then also by assessing the results of the genetic and chemical method, we showed that actually if you confirm the molecular results and also the chemical results, there was actually a discordant kind of thing, inconsistency, which means you could find some genes that are not present, but using chemical method, you still confirm the presence of aflatoxin. So it was actually a mystery to us. And we, of course, thought that this could be associated with other factors that we don't know. These factors that include even other pathways that have not been discovered, maybe. Now, this are part of my results. These were the species that we just sampled from Eastern region. They included Aspergillus flavus and Parasiticus. You can see all of them. But now I have two methods here. The first method that you see as DVAM is actually called diclovose ammonia method, which is a chemical method of identifying aflatoxins. But something surprising is you could sometimes have
please
yes.
Summarize, because you have only 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Thank you. So you could see that sometimes we have negative results here, and you find that the genes are actually present. So that is the part that we're talking as discordant. Similar to molecular confirmation, we saw the same kind of things. Now, in my discussion, we actually concluded that these results is not consistent. The chemical method and molecular method is not consistent, and it is attributed to so many factors, including even the environment, including even the possible existence of other pathways that we don't know. And that is what we mentioned. Now, the recommendation is that further studies should be done to ascertain actually what is happening in the genome of these fungi. Yeah, so we have other factors such as mutations that is also responsible for that. And that is my presentation. So in my acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge Professor Obonyo, Dr. Makonde, and Dr. Faith for their guidance in writing the manuscript, and also the funding bodies, including Grand Challenges Canada and NRF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rangat, for that stimulating presentation. You have done good work. And I think now I'll ask the presenters to ask you questions. But just to begin for them, I would like to ask you, so far, this method, this DVAM method has been used by other people as for biocontrol, for selecting biocontrol strains. Isn't it?
Yes, sure.
Because it's a method which you used from the literature. So,
yes.
And it has been applied on the value chain, the maize value chain.
Yes.
Which part of the maize value chain is it introduced?
Actually, the DVAM method is actually for detecting aflatoxins, but we have, of course, the biocontrol isolates that have been used, and these are actually introduced during the planting season when plants are actually planted. So that is the time the species are introduced to outcompete those that are producers of aflatoxins.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to ask there's a question for you on the chat. We don't have a question on the chat for you, and therefore I invite the presenters to ask directly or even write on the chat. As they are writing this, I also want to, maybe I ask you another question. Is it possible that probably when you grow the organism in the culture medium, there are some either inhibitory compounds or there's something missing so that the expression for aflatoxin is not, it doesn't occur, especially for those strains that had genes and they were negative?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. What we were actually doing is the first thing to ensure validity of our results and even reliability of the results. We actually replicated these studies, and at the same time, we were exposing them at the conditions that are known for aflatoxin production. For example, temperatures above 30. And all of them were actually cultured around that temperature for aflatoxin stimulation. So we were maintaining them at a given specific conditions for all of them. So that is what we did to ensure just reliability of the results and also to validate the results that indeed they were authentic and not influenced by other factors.
So presenters, please, you can raise your hand or just ask question because we still have time for him before we go to the next presentation. Please ask. And if not, maybe I'll ask one more. I'll ask you one more question. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Clarence. Yeah, please, Mr. Clarence. Wangera.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Mine is recommendation on the important work that you're doing. And my question is on the genetic method of testing. The group of genes that you selected, how did you end up with those molecular markers? And will that have influenced the discordant results relating between the genes you selected and how they're related to the phenotype that you're testing?
So sorry, I think you have a problem with your audio.
Can you get me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm asking about the selection of genes.
Yes.
The molecular markers that you used. How did you end up with that list? And will that have influenced the discordant results you got? And how they are linked to the phenotype that you have Yes.
Can you hear us, Mr. Langat? Can you hear us?
I really cannot hear clearly, but I heard just maybe the discordant results, how we found, I didn't really hear clearly. But I think he is mentioning about selection criteria for the isolates.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clarence. Sorry, Mr. Langat. I think you've done a good job, and for the interest of time and because we have other presenters, we shall add there, and when we can engage during the next, in the plenary or even in the next session, yeah, or in the chat. You can continue, people can continue writing questions in the chat. Thank you. And now,
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So now I'll call the next presenter, and our next presenter is PK Rono, and he's making a presentation on aflatoxinogenicity in Aspergillus species, cultural, molecular, and analytical analysis. So, Mr. Rono, you have 10 minutes to make that presentation, and you can begin.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is Peter Rono, and I'm going to share my work on my screen. Hello, Peter, are you able to see what I'm sharing?
Yeah, I think the presentation is there.
Yes.
Go into presentation.
Sorry?
Please put it into presentation mode.
So I can start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Rono. I'm an MSc student at Egerton University. Sorry? Yes.
Please put it on the presentation mode. Please, because now it is just the ordinary slide. We can see the slides, but we want you to project. Can you be able to project?
Let me try.
Are you able to project?
I want to stop
on the
sharing
screen?
first. Yes, I want to stop sharing and then project it. I'm not able.
Can you help you share?
Yes.
I think Dr. Moya, this issue was there earlier, and I think he may not be able to project unless he sends the presentation so that it's projected from the other side. Someone else had an issue also.
We have done it. We have done it for him. Can he see now? Can you see it now?
It's but it's not in presentation mode.
Oh. And now?
Is it in?
Oh.
Yes.
Is it presentation mode?
So you're welcome. Please, 10 minutes only.
Yes, let us start. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Rolo. I'm an MSc student at Egerton University, and I'm going to do a presentation on aflatoxinogenicity in Aspergillus species through culture, molecular, and analytical analysis. My co-authors are Professor Mesha Kubone and Dr. Elijah Lelman. So from the titles, I was just trying to look at the ability of various Aspergillus isolates to produce aflatoxin using the different methods. So the first thing, what are aflatoxins? So ideally, aflatoxins are toxic natural metabolites of chemicals that are produced by some fungi. And we have two notorious producers of aflatoxin. These are Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus. These Aspergillus are found naturally within the soil, agricultural soils, and they attack or they infect crops mainly during the growth stage. And we have two crops that are highly susceptible to attack from these two fungi that produce aflatoxin. That is maize and peanuts. Now, something to note about these aflatoxins or these poisons is they are very hard to detect, and whenever human beings consume aflatoxin-contaminated food, they have devastating health effects. And some of the health effects that have been seen on humans that have consumed aflatoxin-contaminated food include liver cancer, process of stunting in kids, and it also suppresses the immune response. And this also happens in animals. Also in animals, it has been seen that it affects their productivity. We also have trade. It's a trade barrier because you cannot import or export aflatoxin-contaminated goods, agricultural goods. So these aflatoxin-producing fungi are mainly found in warm climatic conditions, e.g. Africa and Asia. And Kenya is a very good example where these warm climatic conditions are. So down there is just a picture of maize growing. I talked about these Aspergillus contaminated crops when they're still in the field. Another one is those aflatoxin contaminated maize crops or mycotoxins. Now, how do we manage aflatoxins? We manage aflatoxins. We can manage aflatoxins using three major controls. One is the use of physical. We have chemical and biological. Now, physical, these are physically soap and maize that have been affected by aflatoxin. They are very hard to detect. And if you are talking about large quantities of maize, that will be difficult. On chemical, this is why you try to detoxify maize, detoxify using chemicals. And one chemical that has been known to detoxify aflatoxin is the use of ammonia. However, ammonia is very expensive, and also we have some chemical residues that remain behind, which are not safe for human use. So one of the most promising management technique right now is the use of biological methods. And like that of the earlier or that I presented about the use of biological control, where you're trying to use those strains or species of aspergillus that don't produce aflatoxin to compete to competitively exclude those that produce aflatoxin. However, the success of any biological program or biological control agent depends on two things. One is the correct identification of these biological agent. You have to correctly identify that you're dealing with aspergillus, and the other one is to correctly discriminate those isolates based on their aflatoxicity or based on their ability to produce aflatoxin. You have to reliably say that this one doesn't produce aflatoxin, this one doesn't produce aflatoxin. So therefore, in this research, we endeavored to come up with methods that can be used to reliably discriminate these aspergillus based on their ability to produce aflatoxin. So we investigated 3 methods. That is the use of diclovos ammonia, which the previous speaker I talked about. I also added live cultures and also the molecular methods. So materials and methods. So the first one is the use of diclovos ammonia method. On this study, we used isolates that had been previously sampled from Akuini. So the first ISA cultured the isolates, went to do ID or identification and characterization based on their culture features and microscopic features. This one I was just doing to ensure that I'm dealing with Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus, who are the major producers of aflatoxin. And then after that, I subjected them to the diclovos ammonia method, where I cultured these isolates on media that had been amended with diclovos. Diclovos is a chemical that has been shown that it stimulates the production of aflatoxin in media. And then after 7 days, I exposed them to ammonia. So those that produce aflatoxin are supposed to turn either pink, red, or plant red, and those that don't produce are supposed to remain the same. The other method is the use of live cultures. This is just relatively pretty easy, where you just get rice, did double sterilization to ensure that there are no other microorganisms growing within this rice. Then introduce my isolate. And then after that, after 7 days, I did ELISA test. The last method was the use of molecular method. This is where I just got my fungi, did extraction using DNA fungal extraction kit, and then did PCR amplification of 10 genes. The previous speaker, we expanded the work of the previous speaker by doing 10 genes. So how did we pick these 10 genes? We picked the production of aflatoxin is involved by a cascade of, it's controlled by a cascade of genes or a number of genes. There are normally up to a total of 25 genes. So we picked 10 most important genes in the production of aflatoxin. So we did PCR amplifications, did advanced DNA electrophoresis, and then we scored for the presence or absence of these genes. On to my results, we have the diclovos ammonia test. So the first test revealed that 52% of these isolates were aflatoxigenic. And here's just a picture showing. So the first picture on the left shows isolate 4701 before exposure to ammonia. And then after exposure to ammonia, it turned positive because it turned to red, pink, or plant red. That shows that it is a positive, it produces aflatoxin. And the picture down there, the isolates 02EM0402 remain the same. That shows even after exposure to ammonia, it remains the same, doesn't produce aflatoxin. On to the molecular method, most of the isolates add the aflatoxin encoding genes. We screened 10 genes, and the frequency of these screened genes showed that it ranges from 80% to 100%, meaning that most of these isolates add the genes that are coded for the production of aflatoxin. Now, on the live culture test, 52%, 52.8% of the isolates produce aflatoxin more than 10 parts per billion. Why 10 parts per billion? In Kenya, according to the regulations, anything that is 10 and above is not safe for human use. So we decided to use this one as a cut point for our investigation. However, that 38.9% of the isolates did not produce aflatoxin according to live culture, which is very important, especially when you are developing or trying to come up with biocontrols against aflatoxin producing aspergillus. It's also important to note that a positive correlation was observed, especially between live cultures and diclovos ammonia method, meaning that these two methods actually talk to each other in terms of discriminating the isolates in terms of their ability to produce aflatoxin. On to my discussion. A previous or other authors have shown that aflatoxin is a highly variable trait, and this could be the reason why inconsistent results are often reported, especially when you're talking about trying to predict the ability of isolates to produce aflatoxin based on their genes. Most of the authors or most of the other works that have been done, it has been shown that there's no association between aflatoxin production and genes. On the positive correlation that was observed between the dichlorose ammonia and the life culture, this suggested the reliability of these two methods in discriminating aspergillus isolates based on their ability to produce aflatoxin. And this could be further explored, especially when it can be used as a pre-screening in the development of biological control agents against aflatoxin. My acknowledgements. This work was funded by National Research Fund, and I'd like to acknowledge them. I'd also like to acknowledge Egerton University for giving me this opportunity, and also Mycotoxin Research Lab and Professor Bond, where this work was done. Thank you.
And now, please, audience, if you please put your question on the chat. I can see you have some question there. So no, they were not questions, they were observation about the sound, but we are away from there now. But your presentation was very good. It was very similar to the one which was presented before you on search for biocontrol of non-aflatoxigenic species, and you have come up with the use of ELISA as an added tool. So, so I just wanted to know which one of these two methods can you recommend, ELISA or the DVAM method? Because you said the correlation was very good, 99%.
Yes, there was a very good positive correlation between the use of DVAM and life cultures or ELISA. So from our work, we can recommend that these two methods can be used reliably, so that because they talk to each other, you cannot use maybe one method exactly and say that you're sure that it doesn't produce aflatoxin, because the production of aflatoxin is a highly variable trait.
Okay, thank you. You've done a good explanation. I don't know whether the audience has got any question. I can't see any. And what I think we do, they continue putting on the chat. Maybe we discuss later, but we get the third presenter. And the third presenter is, I think this is Mayo ZC. I think it's a lady Miss Mayo.
Hello, Victoria. Maya is not around. She has gone to, I think, to do something with the exams. Maybe kindly we can move to the next participant before maybe she comes.
Oh, she's coming.
Yes, she had gone to give out exams.
In that case, we get to the next presentation. And this is by Mr. Nyaboki. Sorry, excuse me if you are madam. This is Nyaboki DK. Is going to make a presentation on cytotoxic compounds from the stem bark of two subspecies of Basama abyssinica. Please, Nyaboki, give us your presentation. 10 minutes. Nyaboki, please. Are you hearing us?
Can you get me?
Yes, I got. Oh, it's already. Sorry.
Okay, my name is Divina Nyampoki, and I'm going to present an article on cytotoxic compounds from the stem bark of two subspecies of Basama.
Please raise your voice. Please raise your voice. We can't hear you clearly.
And the co-authors are as listed on the screen. So Basama abyssinica is a medicinal plant which falls under the Melanthaceae family, and it has 2 subspecies. And as you can see on the photos, species abyssinica and subspecies Paleonodis. The difference between the 2 subspecies is that subspecies abyssinica has a wingless rachis on the leaves, while that is the leaves of subspecies.
Increase your voice. Please increase your voice. You are too.
She needs to talk next to her mic, speakers.
Yeah.
Microphone. Sorry.
Okay. It's okay now.
No.
No.
Are you using the earphones?
No.
Yeah, like that. Speak like that.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, I've added the volume of the laptop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the Basama abyssinica is a medicinal plant. It falls under Melanthaceae family, and it has 2 subspecies, that is abyssinica subspecies and Paleonodis subspecies. And the difference between the 2 is on the leaves, whereby the subspecies abyssinica has a wingless rachis on the leaves, while the leaves of Paleonodias have a winged rachis. So the plant has been used in the traditional setup of various, and the leaves are crushed and used to clean wounds and treat the external burns on the surface of the skin. And the roots and leaves are also boiled, and the decoction used for the treatment of sexually transmitted diseases such as gonorrhea. The bark, roots, and leaves are used for the treatment of stomach disorders such as intestinal worms, cholera, amoebiasis, and dysentery, while the stem bark decoction is used for.
You're breaking, Nyaboki, you're breaking. Your voice is coming up and going down.
Okay, the stem bark decoction is used in the treatment of rheumatism and tumors. So the stem bark of the 2 subspecies of Basama abyssinica were obtained from Mount Elgon forest. They were cut into pieces, dried, and ground into a fine powder. The powder was then weighed and soaked in methanol for extraction, after which filtration was done and evaporation was carried out under reduced pressure. The methanol crude extract that was obtained was applied on column chromatography over silica gel, and the column was eluted using solvents of varying polarities, starting with cyclohexane ethyl acetate mixtures, followed by ethyl acetate methanol mixtures. The fractions that were obtained were subjected to LCMS profiling, after which those fractions that had interesting masses were selected for HPLC purification. So HPLC purification was done using a C18 column, and the solvent systems that were used were water and methanol solvents. So the poor compounds that were obtained from HPLC were subjected to antibacterial and cytotoxicity assays, and they were also subjected to high-resolution mass spectrometry and NMR spectroscopy. After analysis, 11 structures were obtained. So the same bark of the 2 subspecies were worked on separately following the same procedure. Compound 1 to 4 was isolated from subspecies Paleonodis, where compound 1, 2, and 3 were found to be new compounds, while compound 5 to 11 were isolated from subspecies abyssinica. So compound 1 to 5 fall under a class of compounds referred to as bufadienolide, while compounds 6 to 11 are phenolic compounds. So compound 1 was isolated as a colorless crystal, and from high resolution electrospray ionization mass spectrometry, it was found to have 26 carbon atoms, 31 hydrogens, and 6 oxygen atoms. And the molecular weight was 439, which corresponded to the mass plus hydrogen adduct. So from the proton from the carbon 13 NMR, a total of 26 carbon atoms were observed, which corresponded to what we saw earlier in the mass spectrometry. And the carbon atoms within this range were characteristic of those of a tetracyclic moiety. And from the proton NMR, the signals that were observed between 6 and 7 ppm were typical of those of a Poisson ring system, which was also compared to that of reported bufadienolite in literature. From the COSI NMR spectrum, we were able to obtain those protons that were on adjacent carbon atoms, and proton at position 1 had a COSI correlation with that of position 2, and position 2 similarly had a COSI correlation with that of position 4, of position 3, sorry, and position 3 also had COSI correlation to that of position 4. So this correlation, COSI correlations were important in the placement of the connectivity between the autophotoactive group and ring A.
Nyaboke,
Can you hear me?
we are not hearing you very clearly. I think there is a way you are sitting and we are losing your sound. So please try to sit like now I'm hearing you very well. Try to maintain that one, but also you have about 3 minutes. So try to summarize.
Okay, from the HSQC NMR spectrum, we were able to obtain those protons that were directly attached to the carbon atoms, and we were also to establish the carbon atoms which had even number of of protons, which were identified by the blue color, and those with odd number of protons at the red color. So the HMPC correlations were instrumental in establishing the connectivities in the whole molecule. And for instance, the connectivity from position 1 to position 25, and from position 1 to position 2, to position 3, and to position 19 was important in establishing the connectivity of ring A and that of the autoacetate group. So compound 1, 2, 3, and 4 were isolated as bufadienolites, and they had the similar structure with the difference coming in at ring B. So compound 1 was a result of oxidation process of compound 4 at position 16 and a loss of a water molecule at position 14, resulting to the formation of a ketone at position 16 of 1 and a double bond at position 14. Compound 3 was a result of addition of a formyl group on compound 4 at position 16. And for compound 2, it was an addition of a methoxy group at position 15 of compound 1. So these compounds were also subjected to X-ray crystallography, whereby
Ms. Nyaboke,
yeah,
please show us the anti-cancer results, because your time is 1 minute only.
Okay. So these molecules are subjected to cytotoxicity assays, whereby compound 1 was found to have an IC50 value of 1.4 micromolar, and compound 4 was found to have an IC50 of 1.6 micromolar. The antibacterial assays were also done, and the new compounds 1 and 2 were found to have activity against Staphylococcus aureus. So in conclusion, compound 1 and 4 are potential lead molecules for the development of remedies in the management of KB3.1 cancer cell lines, which are responsible for cervical cancer. So I'd like to acknowledge my supervisors and all the people and institutions that were helped in the achievement of this work. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Nyaboki, and for your very high quality presentation. I think you'd have had, if you had more time, you would have told us more, but we appreciate what you have given us. You have come up with the 9 compounds. I think at least I heard you got 3 new compounds, and they were found to be anti-cancer, and congratulations for that. But I was just wondering why, what was the relationship between the antibacterial activity and the anti-cancer activity?
There was no relationship, but we scanned the for pathogens, that is the antibacterial cancerous cells and also dermatophytes, which has not been included here because they were not active against dermatophytes. So we were scanning across all the
so, okay. So audience, please, anybody with a question to her? I'm looking at the chat and I can't see any. Please, you are free to ask her. She has done very good work. And maybe we need, cancer doesn't have a cure and she's coming up with the compounds that can be used for that purpose. So it's really a breakthrough. But I also would like to ask you, now that these compounds were anti-cancer, what was the effect on other normal cells? Did you, or you, because you didn't tell us that in the recommendation?
Well, the selectivity was not carried out.
Sorry?
The selectivity of the disease was not carried out, so I cannot say about the action on the normal cancer of the normal cells.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have a question, please.
Yes, yes, please, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask you about your botanical exploration. You said it came from Mount Elgon. Is it just endemic to that area or other places in Kenya, according to a survey?
So the plant is found in other
Basam.
areas, but for the project, the area of study.
Which other areas, according to your flora investigation?
It can also be found in Kakamega,
Okay.
and it is also found in Ethiopia.
Okay, Kakamega.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know whether there's somebody else who has a question, or we go to the next presenter. I can't see anything on my chart, and I can't see her hand up. So we go straight to our the next present, the previous one who was not there, and this is Mayo, Mrs. Mayo, or Dr. Mayo.
Yes, I'm in now. Sorry for that.
Yeah, very welcome. Just let me call you Mayo.
Yes, I am Mayo.
Yes, you are very welcome for presentation this morning. And
thank you.
I can see you have worked with several other people, Dr. Faith Toroitich, Professor Matasio, and Professor Ogonyo. And
yes.
I want you to make your presentation right away. It's on efficacy of essential oils, on growth inhibition and morphogenesis of soil-borne aflatoxigenic aspergillus species. So this morning we are having a lot on aflatoxigenic species, and therefore, please can you tell us how to control them with your work? I think that's what you are trying to do.
Yes.
Tell us to hear. You have 10 minutes, please. Put it in a project it, please.
I'm sharing it now.
Yeah, sir. Please, you are welcome. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. My work was on aflatoxins, as it has been said, with co-authors, Dr. Toroitich, Professor Matasio, and Professor Ubonyo. And I'm looking specifically on pre-harvest strategy, where I'm working on the soil-borne aflatoxigenic aspergillus species. And I'm trying to look at how natural products sourced from plants can actually be used if it can be developed into a product that we can use in the farm level to mitigate aflatoxin contamination and spoilage at the farm level. So have you ever wondered or imagined that every day you are enjoying your meal, you could be feeding on a poisoned plate on your favorite meal called ugali, which is a maize meal product? This is a question that all of us will not wish to answer as a yes, because every day we are feeding on this maize meal product, we are actually ingesting some small amounts of toxins, as it has been witnessed that some maize meal products were withdrawn even from the supermarkets because they could not meet the required levels of aflatoxin levels that can actually be consumed. So aflatoxins are contaminants that are found in various steps in the food chain. And I'm looking at the soil because soil is the first point where we are producing our plant-based food, and specifically the maize meal that is our staple food. So toxins from this aspergillus species has adverse effects, and the adverse effects that has been mentioned a lot is on being carcinogenic. So we sourced our samples from farms in Eastern Kenya, which is usually an hotspot area, did isolation and identification using cultural and morphological ways, and went further to confirm whether the isolated aspergillus species were really aflatoxin producers. So with that affirmed test, then bioassays were done using plant products, and the plant product here of interest was essential oils. I used 5 essential oils from different plants, and I was able to look at the efficacy of these oils on the growth inhibition, as well as their effects on morphogenesis of these aspergillus species. So you can see from the presentation that we have a very significant difference between the untreated aspergillus species, specifically Aspergillus flavus, treated with oils from the plant Eucalyptus cinerea. So you can see the mycelial diameters are very distinct from untreated and the treated one. So from this, we can say the oils are really very effective in making sure that the growth of this aspergillus species is inhibited. So from the study, the most effective oil was one from the plant called Osimum Kilimandiscaria, which gave a very huge mycelial inhibition growth in some species of aspergillus, specifically Aspergillus nomeus and parasiticus. It gave total growth inhibition. In terms of morphogenesis, the oils showed quite a good effect, and the effect was dose dependent. So you can see for this Osimum oil, we can see distortion in the heads conidation. We can also see that the IFE was also affected by the oils, showing that the oil was very effective in actually controlling or inhibiting the growth of Aspergillus species that is sourced from the soil. The minimum inhibitory concentration of the most active oil was around this concentration of 0.125 microliters per ml.
Are we having a problem, Maya?
Yes, and 0.5 for the Aspergillus parasite tested. Yes, yes. Hello. My internet. Hello.
Yes, I was telling you we were not hearing you for a few.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It seems my network is not stable.
Yeah, it's not stable. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
continue.
let me. Okay. So from the results, I did analysis of variance to compare the means of mycelial growth inhibition between the control and the treated pairs of study. And it showed that there is a significant effect from the oils against mycelial growth inhibition at P less than 0.05. I also went to look at the post-hoc comparison using LSD, and there was a significant difference between the control and the oils from the Leonitis nepetifolia and Eucalyptus cinerea. So it shows that the essential oils were really effective in controlling the growth of the Aspergillus species if we compare the diameters of the mycelia to that of treated and between untreated and the treated. So this means that the oils have potent properties that can actually form the basis of developing agents that can eventually be worked on well and get products that we can actually present to the farmers so that they can use in controlling aflatoxigenic fungi in the farm level, because they will be eco-friendly, they will be safe, and they are cost-effective because the plants are locally available. So I can say that if this is successful, then our prevention is better than cure, and we shall be able to be serving health meals that are safe and free from toxins. Thank you. I acknowledge the National Research Fund, which were funding the project, Egerton University, Mycotoxin Research Lab, where I carried out the research, and my supervisors and mentors. Thank you for having me.
Sorry, thank you very much. You kept time. And yes. I'm looking at the chart. I have not seen a question. Probably people should continue writing on that chart.
Okay.
But for me, I have a question for you. And
yes.
This is my question. How did you use 2 microliters per ml for all the plants? How did you arrive at that? Why did you 2 microliter per ml and seem to work in all the plants?
So this was my crude concentration, which was the trial concentration.
The trial concentration worked.
Yes.
Okay, then at what stage of food production would you expect people to apply the essential oils if they turn out to be good in control of this fungi?
I was targeting the pre-harvest strategy of mitigating aflatoxin contamination of food. So looking at a way of maybe getting to a product that we can be applying on the soils where these fungi being the harbor of these fungi. So at the farm level, my point is on the farm level.
So thank you very much, Mayo.
Thank you.
More questions will come on the chat because I'm sure there are some people who may have who are writing. So
Yes.
please answer them.
Yes.
And now let us go to the other presenter. The last presenter, please, because of time. Please let us go to the next presenter. And this is Cherotich. That is Shira Cherotich.
Okay, thank you. Can you kindly assist the sharing of the screen, if possible?
Sorry?
From your side.
We share for you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, this Cherotich is making a presentation on Botryopsera canker and dieback, a threat to domestication of baobab, and Ansonia digitata and marula in agroforestry systems in Kenya. So she's going to tell us what she found out in this research. So now we are there. I think you can go right away into your presentation. 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Sheila, and I'm currently a plant pathologist at ICRAF, that is currently named C4 ICRAF, where I'm coordinating the plant tree health units. I'll take you through the work we did for MSc, for my MSc studies. That is part of a small work of the big work I did. With a contribution from Jane Juguna, that's from Kefri, Mudhamia from Biological Department, Egerton, Mushugi Alice from Egerton, from ICRAF, and then Otaye Daniel from Egerton, then Ignacio from ICRAF 2, and Kinyanjui from ICRAF. Thank you. Next slide, please. Food and nutrition insecurities are a major challenge for the South, that is arid and semi-arid areas in Kenya, and several strategies have been put in place to address these food insecurities in the dry land to ensure diversification of diet using the indigenous fruit trees, and therefore agroforestry harness great potential in enhancing food security in the South. So ICRAF, that is the World Agroforestry Center, developed a key strategies to promote domestication of these high priority indigenous fruit trees. That is to enhance food security, nutrition, and economic needs for the dryland community. However, one of the gaps that they identified that when they were doing the preliminary studies on the health status of their conservation gene banks, they noticed that they were highly targeted by fungi, the canker and the dieback, and also other insect pests. This triggered these studies to be undertaken. As of recently, we can notice that there's an increased target of invasive pests on indigenous trees and also trees in agroforestry system and also in the forest. And this proliferation could be boosted by climate change, habitat fragmentation, and human activities. And for long, this section of forest health has long been ignored, but due to the increase in the invasive pests, this is a targeted area with the global warming in place coming up. So this is one of the interesting areas to look at in terms of when we are looking at restoration and conservation and biodiversity, the tree health should be integrated in the concept of this strategy. So one of the statements of the problem was that 10 million people in the arid areas are facing food insecurity. And indigenous trees have considered to play a critical role in food security and poverty reduction in the key SDGs. However, canker and dieback disease were observed on farm and field gene banks. This has threatened conservation efforts for ICRAF and other conservation strategies. And also with the consideration that this fungi, if not well managed, will continue to spread from the crops to agroforestry system with the agroforestry system in place. So there's need to characterize canker and dieback associated pathogens to accurately develop mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. Next slide. So justification, why do we need to identify the pathogens, associated with these indigenous trees? Domestication of indigenous fruit is a key strategy in as achieving food security for the dryland community in Kenya, and they provide key nutrients. And due to its tolerance to drought, they are suitable for the arid areas. However, the widespread canker and dieback symptoms on farms and on domestication trials is threatening this domestication and conservation efforts. It is therefore important to identify associated pathogens, since the knowledge of pest and disease management is very important to ensure safe exchange of the health germplasm, and also to ensure conservation and biodiversity strategies are fully implemented and effectively implemented. Next slide, please. So what was the objective of our study? One of our targets was to determine the incidence and severity of the canker affecting these two indigenous fruit trees under domestication and on farm, under seasonal variation, that is the wet and the dry season. And we are also characterizing Botrospirea fungi isolated from the symptomatic and symptomatic tissues. We also determined the virulence of the isolated pathogen of fungi on the baobab and marula and other commonly associated tree species that is within the agroforestry system, that is acacia and Calodendron capense. And we also try to provide a way forward for the management of the identified pathogenic fungi. Methodology. The study site was in Makueni and Kitui County, where we did a random sampling within 3 sites. And we also assessed disease incident during the wet and the dry season, where we used 3 main symptoms, that is the dieback, the canker, and the leaf spot. We also did a disease incident and severity per farm as calculated by the percentage PDR described by Jiguna et al. And we also did sampling of 150 symptomatic and 15 asymptomatic trees. Following, and then isolation was done following standard procedure, where we survey sterilized and plated on agar media amended with streptomycin sulfate. Next slide, please. We also plated the samples and incubate under alternating light and dark, and monitor daily for fungal growth. And we also did morphological characterization and conidal characterization based on the morphotypes, with the help of identification guide and other studies done. And we also did molecular characterization, where we did DNA extraction. Kindly, you're moving so fast for me with the slides. And then we did DNA extraction using the ITS primers, and then we sequence and align our sequence on omega S and blast analysis. Next slide, please. So what did we observe? During when we were assessing the disease incidence and severity, we found out that the disease index was high during the dry season than the wet season. And canker and dieback symptoms were really widespread across the 2 sites. And the canker varied in size and characterized with lesion and resin, as you can see in figure 1. Next slide, please. Morphological grouping done displayed 7 morphological grouping with 3 morphotypes corresponding to Lacedoplodia, Neophysiticum, and the Theorella. And they were characterized based on the mycelial growth and the color of the colony. So the figure 2 showed Lacedoplodia theobromai, and then figure B is Lacedoplodia theobromai, and then figure plate C is Lacedoplodia mahajangana. Yes, that was the first the two species isolated. Next slide, please. We also have the Theorella longicolis. This is one of the species that were isolated in South Africa on Adansonia digitata. We also discovered this is one of the species that were isolated in Kenya. We also have Lacedoplodia clarispora, and also with the spores isolated. I'm not able to describe all the morphotypes based on time. And we also have Lacedoplodia clarisporia with the colony that is in figure 4. Next slide, please. Okay, molecular characterization. We did the ITS sequence. We showed that there were more than 98% identity with the sequence in the NCBI, confirming the identity of the isolate. It's also a good bootstrap of greater than 98%. And the isolate confirmed were Lacedoplodia parva, Lasodiploda pseudotrichomae, Lasodiploda theobromai, Lasodiploda mahajanga, Lasodiploda clarispora, Neocephalicum bafam, and Dothiorella longicolis. And you can confirm with the neighbor joining bootstrap or the sequence data. That is a part of the neighbor joining tree. And that is a phylogeny gel electrophoresis ITS gel. Next. So we were able to do pathogenicity tests of the most frequently isolated species, that is Lasodiploda theobromai, Lasodiploda pseudotrichomae, and Neophorusicocum parvum. And when we inoculate on the seedlings, we were able to see the symptoms of lesion and resin, dieback, and wound healing, especially on marula.
Please summarize. You have only 2 minutes, please.
Okay, there was significant difference in the lesion size and also the number of days to cause canker. Next slide, please. Next slide. We did also analysis of variants. Okay, conclusion. Botryopsida canker is widespread, and domestication and conservation of indigenous fruit trees is under threat. And Botryopsida canker is a disease complex, since we were able to see that canker and dieback symptoms were indistinguishable. The two species, however, being attacked by this pathogen is still considered the best suitable species for agroforestry system. And also it cannot act as a reservoir of fungal inoculum. And wound healing and low susceptibility of baobab and marula to the disease make it remain suitable species for the arsal. And also plurivorous nature of fungi expand their host range. Next slide, please. So what do we recommend? We need to establish how this disease was introduced, and also study the relationship to shed light on the host pathogen dynamics for successful disease management program. And also need to study what is the influence of the role of the environment on this pathogen. Next slide, please. I would like to acknowledge C4ECRAF for the GeneBank platform which supported this project, Egerton University for giving me the platform to undertake my MSc, and ECRAF for the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shira, for that high quality work and very good work. And I am not seeing any questions on the chat, but I ask the audience to continue on writing these questions. And maybe for me, I'll ask you only one question. When you are doing this work, you aim to do some control. What is going to be used to control those fungi causing cancers in those agroforestry plants?
The recommendation is to monitor the health status of any tree stand, which has been a key challenge since most farmers don't consider or consider tree health as a really important issue. So this is now the plan to make sure we integrate tree health, monitoring our farms daily. We implement the IPM, we discourage the use of chemicals. And those are the first cushion to implementation of a safe agroforestry system.
Okay, thank you very much. And now that we have all the presenters for this session have already done their part, I would like to congratulate everybody and to thank you all because of making such wonderful presentations. And now we are going to the main room. And please kindly, I would like to ask presenters to get out of this room and join the main room. And at the same time, ensure that when you go to that main room, you fill in that evaluation form. Thank you very much.
Just click on leave room. After leave room, you see leave breakout room. Don't click on leave meeting. Click on leave breakout room.
So I hope everybody has followed that. When you want to go to the main room, just click leave breakout room, and so that we are all together. So thank you so much.
The other thing is that I noticed that we often tend to double introduce ourselves. So to save time, I will literally just mention the name of the person as the main author, if a paper is co-authored, and then kindly introduce yourself with your name, the title of your presentation, and maybe something you want to say. Is it a research work you are doing? Are you a postgraduate student? Your affiliation also, I'll leave that to you so that I don't say it and then you repeat the title once again after me. That's, I think, all about the presenters. About the participants, kindly, those of us who have questions, let's raise our hands so that we are able to identify you. At the end of the session, there will be an evaluation form, a so-called poll, that will pop up, and we request every one of the participants to evaluate the session according to the parameters that are given in that form and submit that form. You'll see the button for submission. At the end of the session, you please exit the breakout room, but not the meeting, so that you still remain in the meeting. And if the session ends early, you may please join another session of your choice. I think that's all, and we can start now. The first presentation according to the program is by Omuteche. I don't see that name among those present, so we assume that he is not there. Then
I'm present.
Is that the Helen who is?
Yes.
Oh, Omuteche is there. Welcome, Mr. Omuteche. Kindly introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to speak about.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
For your opening remarks. I'm Dr. Jairus Omuteche.
Yes.
Senior lecturer at the University of Science and Technology Literature. I've presented a paper together with the Jacqueline Mbolakitu, a postgraduate student, Maseno University. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, that's my screen. That's our paper, Dialogic Reconstruction of COVID-19 Messaging through Animation and Popular Music. So as I said, it's co-authored by Jairus Omuteche, Most, and Jacqueline Kitu, Maseno University. Our paper basically is about critical evaluation of selected popular music and animation art cartoons, and how we are looking at how they were used to effectively communicate about COVID-19 so as to mitigate the effects when this became a pandemic. So we are focusing on how far these two art forms played a role in passing across the COVID-19 message more effectively and more persuasively to influence the right attitude towards the mitigation of the pandemic. So we look at the aspects of communication theory, which will guide us the study. And communication theory, we use persuasion. And then we use also Michael Bakhtin's idea of semiotics to look at the artistic techniques employed by the popular musicians and animation artists and how this worked out to reach the widest audience in the communication about COVID-19. The study was qualitative and used initial survey to identify the text, then it proposing sampled and animation texts, focusing on UNICEF UNICEF cartoons, animation, and popular songs from East Africa. We selected two. In some, the paper interrogated how selected popular music and American cartoons designed within the existing heterogeneous but evolving discourse on COVID-19 to create and communicate more persuasively to populations about correct prevention strategies in the face of explosion in disinformation and skepticism about COVID-19. And then the main argument of the paper is that the strategies of double voicing and diegesis that were employed by the artists helped reshape the perception about the disease and were more persuasive in informing and influencing people to adopt health-oriented attitudes. Hence, the songs and animation played a major role in helping people understand the phenomenon of COVID-19 and take precautionary measures to mitigate the spread. In the face of the pandemic, it affected people in different ways, economically, health-wise, and societies and families were destabilized because of this pandemic. So it was a very disruptive phenomenon for, now it has been going for more than 2 years. And there were different approaches that were initiated to try to pass information clearly so that people will understand, because with information, then they're empowered to act and mitigate the problem. So for us, we are just looking at one aspect, which is music and animation and how they did this. So the text that we are focused on is the popular songs. The popular song, we selected a popular song by Bobby Wine, which is titled Coronavirus Alert, and a song by James Otinga, which is titled Corona. And then animation, we selected cartoons by World Health Organization and UNICEF, which were creating awareness about coronavirus. One is stay safe and wash your hands. The other one is how to practice social distancing, and then another was why masks are important. Essentially, persuasion helps us to think about how individuals receive and process messages, how they assign meaning to those messages, and what kind of factors can increase or decrease the appreciation of the message. So the artists who use animation and music as medium package their message in such a way as to quickly influence interest in what they are saying. They use particular strategies to draw interest of target audience into the act of perception. So these songs and animation texts were selected for their effectiveness in actually doing this. So the audience are able to be drawn to the message because of the way it is encoded. At the end of the day, how far the message was persuasive and assisted in increasing awareness about the disease, acceptance of the preventive measures, and uptake of official public health prescribed measures depends on the persuasiveness of the strategies of communication that artists employed. Which communication situation did this artist perform in? So there's a particular situation, context. And this for the pandemic, it was very important that we factor in the community situation in which this communication acts were taking place. Popular music and animation are highlighted to bring out more straightforward and forceful message urgently through creative mediation of the artist. And in situation of, for example, COVID-19, where there were so many messages online, from media, in popular discourse, some of them contradicting. So a strategy of communicating very, very quick, straightforward. Hello.
Yes, I think you can continue now. You were lost.
Thank you.
A minute.
Yeah, sorry. I think the network something. Okay, so the study used Bakhtin, where Bakhtin idea of a particular utterance should be understood as always responsive in the broadest sense, and each element of it being spoken or written under the influence of the speaker's previous experience in which they are embedded. So this Bakhtin, 1986, where, bringing forward a very important aspect of how these communication acts are actually embedded in the bigger context of what's happening. So the musician and the cartoonist, we believe, acted and brought out their art in the context of the larger picture of what was really happening. In the year 2020, the context information about COVID-19 pandemic was characterized by the unknowability of a fast evolving health hazard, highly threatening phenomenon on different life fronts, suddenness of attack on communities, sometimes contradictory messages flying around in a fluid manner on social media, which may refer to as misinformation and disinformation. So the artistic pieces we are studying were most informed by this context and sought to address and intervene in some of the consequences the context occasioned. That's why Bakhtin became relevant theoretically when he said that a particular utterance should be understood as always responsive in the broadest sense, each element of it being spoken or written under the influence of the speaker's previous experiences in which they are embedded. So that was a tenet from Bakhtin semiotic, which is
able to share the slides because participants are saying that they, and we also cannot see the slides.
They can't see.
No, neither do we.
Okay, let me try again. Sorry.
And you have 3 more minutes.
Okay. I think I lost connection, then everything went off. I'm sorry for that.
It's all right.
Okay, so I'm on this slide. where I'm looking at art as invention. So artistic production in response to COVID-19 happened within the backdrop of sanctioned World Health Organization and government public health responses on the one hand, and the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation on the social media and in diverse social discourses. Here we can therefore see art being produced and consumed within a polysystem that is heterogeneous and dynamic. Expounding on polysystem theory, Milan V. Dimick notes that there are always relational shifts in systems within a period, which can be understood in terms of synchrony and diachrony models. So the competing information on COVID-19 resulted to diachronic and synchronic interactions within the system. So it was within this nexus that art thrived in the field. The art we're looking at, popular songs and cartoons, animated, intervened to support the official message and to help counter the influence of misinformation on the population. Art used its power to mitigate the tension between official and unofficial strata of information. The message succeeded because of art using straightforward message strategy in the heterogeneous context that existed at that time. So using the strategies such as lyricism and visual appeal, musicians like Bobby Wine and his song Corona Virus Alert and Corona by James Otinga interpose themselves within the tug of war between the conflicting information about COVID-19. Their effort is towards public good and that is threatened by conflicting information by providing the right information in a more straightforward manner amidst the contradictory discourses in popular discourse, mainstream media, and online. Ministry of Health used identifiable protocols to give information based on scientific best practice, but competing alternate information, mostly of social media and popular discourses, drew on this, but in some cases distorted the message. So this situation is the one that the artists found themselves working in to correct and to provide a better understanding of the situation.
Kindly please have a minute.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So the musicians used science and connotation. They took science from the popular discourses, online information, and what the Ministry of Health was saying, and used this to tailor their message more clearly to the audience. On the other hand, I know this one proved very persuasive, this use of science, and then the audience was able to understand it through connotation because they already made these messages in other situations. That was mostly music. Then also they used strategy of citing authority. For example, James Otinga cited authority and quoted the messages verbatim from what the authority was saying. On the other hand, cartoons, the cartoons mostly used a strategy of personifying the virus in a very lively manner, so that they gave it an identity, actions, and it was identifiable as a being with feelings, like an ogre. So it became like an ogre drawn, which you may say was the image was drawn from oral literature. So this use of the coronavirus as an ogre made it very lively and very acceptable to young children, because they could see the feelings that emerged in it as the corona was interposed with maybe hand sanitizers with the masks and whatever, so it will react. So this use of personified character of a coronavirus became very important in cartoons, and a very important strategy that influenced young children especially.
Please.
So in conclusion, we argue that the art is a communicative, we have shown that art is in a communicative plane that Robert Stewart et al. Terms as fluent processing, a strategy of making the information as easy to process as possible. Unlike scientific argument approach of correction by providing credible information through truth evaluation, which can inadvertently make the false information more easily acceptable by repeating it, even illustrating it. The art of music and cartoons only stated the fact and the truth directly, simply and repetitively in an aesthetically embellished manner. Hence, they pass on the information more directly and attractively, and thus more convincingly, as they don't invite contradictory facts directly. Thank you, Prof, and the audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Motechi. You overstepped your limits a bit, but let's hope the others will not follow this. Thank you very much. Questions and comments from the audience, please. Any questions? May I ask something? May I ask you something then? How this particular type of information that is being conveyed in the manners you have described is of a quite kind of a professional kind. It requires professional knowledge, unlike other situations where people can talk about some kind of moral or other issues about which we all claim to know something. How did the artists acquire the information, and how reliable was the information they had, which they thought they can confidently convey to others?
Okay, thank you, Prof. The artist, as maybe we could argue, an artist is a central point in society, and artists usually compose after doing some research, and then they have a purpose. So when an artist has a purpose, they go out and find out the right information and use this information to influence the community. That's one. Number two, artists have created space already. Like Bobby Wine has a huge following. Popular cartoons and many cartoons have a popular following among young children. So knowing their position in society and their space, they use this to their advantage by doing research. For example, these particular artists were supporting World Health Organization and the government's position about COVID-19. So they usually pass across the message that was sanctioned officially by World Health Organization and governments. So maybe that's the basis of their correct information.
Okay, thank you very much. Other participants, please, if you have questions, you can directly contact Mr. Motechi. Thank you very much. Oh, there is a raised hand. Okay, it's an exception. We will allow, although we have overstepped. Teresia?
Yeah, Teresia, my comment is that actually art has been a very good way of providing alternative information, or rather easily accessible information. But we also see that from the cartoons, there stands some issues of information, misinformation. When the cartoon is packaged as an ogre, we realize that it brought about actually some fears. How does that factor in your study?
Okay, thank you, Kaberia, for your question. What's happening, what the cartoons are doing is not really misinformation, rather they personify and give the character of a virus is tiny, it's unseen, but it and still is an enemy. which is threatening humanity, its effects are seen, but itself is not seen. So how can a young child conceptualize this enemy and know how to deal with it? So they create a cartoon in the form of an ogre with attributes. An ogre is already known commonly as evil, a threat to humanity in oral narratives. So they borrow this idea and use it to personify the cartoon and give it, in other media, it's the way it's presented as something object with arms and which is dormant. But the way it affects human beings is not dormant. It's something that's very active. So this activity, how it goes to the nose and into the breathing system, the mouth, the eyes, or whatever, and what it does in the body. So how can it be understood by young people, young children? So that's why they use an ogre and give it an unknown characteristics of evil potential. So I think that's the power of it, rather than misleading, rather they help visualize through the image of the ogre. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone. We move now to the next presentation. Before that, for those who don't have the program, I didn't mention that. The rapporteur for this session is Professor Fugichwako, and my name is Emilia Ilieva. So, Helen Rutich.
Yes.
You can start your presentation, please.
Okay, let me try to share.
12 minutes.
Thank you. Share.
No.
It's already on. Then I move to slideshows. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself in your paper and you can begin.
Okay. I'm Helen Rotich, a student of PhD in linguistics at Egerton University. My supervisors are Professor Phyllis Parto and Dr. Lucy Wathika. This work, or this paper, was extracted from my work in linguistics, the work that I'm currently doing for my PhD. The title of my work is Kipsigis Cultural Values, Sources of Resilience, as reflected during debates at the County Assembly of Bomet. Most studies have repeatedly shown that traditions have considerable influence on the way people view life and their general well-being. Such traditions include the manner in which individuals perceive and respond to adversities in their lives. Now, when people are faced with problems, they talk about those problems and the actions that they need to take in finding solutions. Now, I don't know whether I'm still very clear because it is raining very heavily here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, it is raining very heavily and I pray that power does not go out. So I was saying that when individuals are subjected to any kind of stress in their life, they are able to exhibit resilience because it is embedded in their culture. By examining the conversations at the County Assembly of Bomet, this paper provides examples of how members of County Assembly who have been socialized in the Kipsigis tradition sharpen their debating strategies using concepts founded on the Kipsigis way of life. Now, these cultural values were invoked and used by the debaters to persuade their opponents during the debate. Now, in a nutshell, we have talked about the changes that are happening globally, the changes that are witnessed by the growing economies, urbanization, and advancements in technology. Now, such changes have changed the way people live in very many ways. The most affected is the culture and the social life of the people. As these changes occur, traditional societies find themselves adapting to these local changes by abandoning their traditional practices and adapting to the new global culture. While certain disruptions are unavoidable, our study argues that societies will find ways of preserving their culture, especially those cultural practices that have helped them in times of distress. The purpose of this paper, the purpose of this study was to analyze the debates of members of County Assembly of Bomet and to identify the nature of cultural values contained in the utterances and their potential in increasing cultural resilience. To achieve this, the study dealt with a number of questions such as what are debates, what cultural values of the Tiflis community do the debaters invoke to support their claims. The other question is, do these cultural values have the potential to act as sources of resilience to individuals facing calamities in everyday life? Now, a debate is an interactional activity in which participants have diverse opinions and they need to debate in order to arrive at a consensus. Now, politicians like members of county assembly use such debates to discuss about the actions that they need to take to solve a particular problem facing the people who elected them. Now, discussions at the county assembly can be about any motion. Usually, the MCAs or the members of county assembly combine politics and the motions under discussion. They usually combine politics with issues that arise in the society. Now, looking at these motions can reveal very interesting information about the participants and their community, particularly the values that they hold dear, because according to Fairclough and Fairclough 2012, arguers can explicitly invoke an audience's known values in support of a claim for action and ground their arguments in these known commitments as part of a rhetorically effective strategy. Now, cultural values play a significant role in maintaining cultural resilience. Now, we have defined cultural resilience as containing the ability to face and overcome all challenges, threats, obstacles, and disturbances, both coming from outside and inside, that can endanger the integrity and identity of a nation. Now, usually studies on resilience focus on providing information on processes that can lead to positive outcomes in the face of stress. Resilience should therefore be considered culturally embedded because culture influences how people interpret adversity and how they are expected to respond to it. That is according to Arrington and Wilson, 2000. Now, there are a number of studies that were done before that point to a close connection between culture and resilience. One of the studies, just to give one example, was done by Webster, 2014, who found out that ethnic identity and value of family and traditions were found to provide strength and a sense of purpose for 3 generations of Alaska natives. Now, this example and the rest that have been given help to explain the significance of cultural values in enhancing resilience. This paper now adds the growing empirical literature on the cultural sensitivity of resilience by looking at the cultural practices of the Kipsigis society that promote resilience for individuals during times of hardship. Now, the theory that we used is speech act theory by Austin, 1962, and Sal, a student of Austin, 1969, and some insights from Sotilo, 2017. Now, we use this theory because it enabled us to describe and classify the different kinds of things that people do when they use sentences in actual speech. So this theory was selected because members of County Assembly of Bomet performed various actions during debates. Actions like apologizing, criticizing, and so on. Based on the results of this study, therefore, the paper proposes for a relook at the cultural practices of the Kipsigis community and how they aid or help individuals in managing adversities in life. Methodology, we used purposive sampling to select the county assembly and also to select the 3 motions for analysis. Bomet County was selected out of the 47 counties in Kenya because it is one of the few counties where their political representatives, that is MCAs, belong to one ethnic group. So assumptions and conclusions can therefore be made regarding the relationship between culture and resilience. Now, the motions that were selected are those that occurred frequently, but both or contain different themes. So we selected one motion that was touching on health, because health is one of the social services that was devolved to the counties. So the researcher wanted to know how the county was handling this new responsibility, and now the MCAs draw on their culture to support their opinions. The other motion talked about unemployment, because unemployment is a disturbing issue in Kenya and around the world. So the researcher wanted to know how Bomet was grappling with this matter, and so we selected motion 2. Motion 3 talks about naming of streets in Bomet County. This is a social issue as well as a cultural one. So the researcher saw it as an opportunity to showcase the importance to which the Kipsigis community attached to the cultural issue of naming. Now the selected motions were downloaded. Or they,
please have in mind that your time is almost up. Summarize in the next 1 minute.
Okay, let me hurry. So the motions were obtained from the Bomet County Assembly website, and after downloading, the researcher read through the selected motions to identify those cultural aspects that were therein. Now, the findings of our study, one about the traditional or cultural values that help the community to overcome adversities or problems in life. The first thing we notice is that in the Kipsigis community, encouraged to accept adversity as part of life. The Kipsigis people perceive suffering as temporary, and the affected individuals are encouraged to endure it. So to that end, the community has got several proverbs of encouragement to individuals facing hardship. And I've given some of the examples of the proverbs there. The second thing that was found out is that when dealing with adversity or any problem that arises in the society, the community dealt it as a family or community issue. It was never an individual issue. Now, when the community share in the problems of one of their own, it helps to bring them together. So members of the family and the neighbors will come together and assist the affected individuals to deal with any adversity that they encounter in life. According to Rob 2015, he talks about communal life among the Kipsigis, and he says that communal life guarantees togetherness and solidarity. in this kind of life, what affects one affects all. So the Kipsigis sums this with a proverb that goes, in other words, community is strength. So this sense of communal life was invoked by members of county assembly when they were discussing issues on the floor of the house. They do this, they use this strategy to appeal to the ERS or the other members that they are concerned about their electorates and what they are going through or what might happen to them if certain actions are not taken. Now, the value attached to life, to communal life, are also given in the examples that are in my presentations. I may not have time to go through all of them.
No,
but
please
one thing that
repeat the next 30 seconds.
Okay.
Otherwise you'll be forced to interrupt you.
Thank you, Prof. So in this, now when they use this sense of communal life as a strategy, we say that they get to the core of the listeners. They influence their listeners when they invoke this strategy. In the examples, I've given an example whereby they talk about funerals or contributing for hospital bills and the like. Now, when the debaters use this sense of communal life as a strategy to persuade their opponents, they are appealing to the core element of life among the Kipsigis. In a way, the debaters are saying that this kind of life is good and should be encouraged by all. Now, in our conclusion, we are saying that the cultural practices of the Kipsigis community were apparent in the motions that were discussed at the County Assembly of Bomet. The interactional exchanges reveal that the people have adopted both external forms of global culture, that is individualism and capitalism, but at the same time, they are preserving and continuing their cultural values. Therefore, there is need to socialize, especially the youth and the next generations, on the importance of these values, which can help them to overcome the stresses of life. So these values will also help them to build their identity, and the interpretation and meaning of speech acts depends on context. So the debater's success in performing the speech acts used to convince and persuade their hearers was partially based on their knowledge of the Kipsigis culture. That is, culture influences the way one uses language. It guides people on what to talk about, when and how to be polite, and when to issue an apology, and so on. All these activities of language are known as speech acts. I'm done with my presentation, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, just for information of others, when we say 12 minutes, please, it's not a metaphor. It is for, it's a factual information, so please keep time. We wouldn't like to interrupt anybody. I can see that there is one question. Given the unique linguistic homogeneity of the county assembly, does it mean then that they conduct their business exclusively in Kipsigis?
Not really. They conduct their debating activities using the two national languages, that it is Swahili and English. But what I said is that, you know, as people talk, in their utterances, you are able to identify something that they bring with them to the debating chamber. And subconsciously or unconsciously, they talk about those things that they are socialized in, and that is their culture. And the reason why I chose Bomet County especially is because I wanted to, you know, to come out with conclusions that can be generalized to the rest of the community. What is their culture? Because when we speak or when we talk unconsciously, we are talking about something that we bring from our culture, the way we are socialized in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions and comments from other participants or listeners? Raise your hand if you have such. I don't see, so please, if some ideas come to mind later, you can contact Helen directly. Thank you very much for this presentation. We move to the next one. Changalwa.
The next person.
Welcome to the session, Mr. Changalua. Kindly introduce yourself. What's the paper? 12 minutes, the same for you as for everybody else.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jafet Kiziro Changalo. In conjunction with our supervisors, I'm an MA student from literature. My supervisor, Dr. Addition Choir, and Professor Beach Wako. I'm going to
Mr. Changalua, are you with us?
Yeah.
Are you having a problem with the internet?
I think I'm back. It's okay. So can you hear me, Prof?
Yes.
Okay, should I go on?
Yes, go on. We can hear you. We thought you had disappeared.
Thank you. My name is Jafet Kiziro. Okay, thank you. Okay, my name is Jafet Kiziro Changalua. I'm a master's student in literature.
Can you share, please, the screen?
Yes.
Can you share the screen?
Can you see it, Prof?
Yes, yes, yeah.
So I can go on?
Yes, please.
My name is Jafet Kiziro Changalwa, master's in literature student, and I'm supervised by the tradition grant and Professor Brody as embodied knowledge in the Bukusu circumcision ritual. Under my abstract, I would like to say that the Bukusu circumcision ritual is marked by festivity, momental humanity, and peculiar behavior discourses which are centered around the body. It's also characterized by the conception of a utopian and a hypersexualized atmosphere, whereby communication is mostly related with extreme exotic sexual symbolism, profanity, and jocular performances. However, what is not obvious about these performances is the social significance of the body symbolisms, the terms, the queer behavior, and the aesthetics of jocular relationships that characterize the circumcision ritual. So data was collected geographically from Bukusu land, western province, part of Kenya, and together with the Bakhtin's kind of ambivalence theory, the paper tries to make sense of the ritual discourses and bodily manifestations during the Bukusu circumcision. So it's our argument that these ritual significations and bodily manifestations highlight community notions of gender, male social status, and personal growth that are the concepts of being Bukusu, which frame the initiate's identity. So under the introduction, I'd like to say that the Bukusu circumcision ritual majorly is meant to transform boys into men, to enhance masculinity, to construct identity, and also champion the community's history. So during this period, the participants or the community is permitted to a season of freedom, queer behavior, and excesses. So this paper will tries to look into the nature of these discourses, some of the elements of humanity, and talks about the body and even festivity itself, which is first characterized by the closeness and familiarity fashioned by the participants and their open references to bodies. And secondly, the feast mood itself with its robust erotic feelings, whereby participants express themselves freely, address each other casually, speaking out on topics considered taboo. They act in amorous ways. They engage in jokes. They dress frivolously, engross sometimes in violence. They wreck property and also express resentment. However, one thing we need to realize that as a very serious vision of the Bukusu implies and depends upon this aforementioned circumcision performances. This paper offers a thick description and understanding of the aforementioned performances. And that analysis is also informed by the kind of ambivalence theory. And the theory shows how verbal and embodied text manifest with bodiness, render cultural significance, and act as important elements of complex communal perception of the social life in this context. And secondly, it aids in unraveling and explaining various critical issues such as the relationship and interaction between peer behavior as exemplified in verbal bodily practice and the implication in the life of the person. Under my first section, called interpretation of the dynamics of feasting within the circumcision ritual. I like to say that the Buku circumcision ritual is marked by merriness, and this merry atmosphere licenses participants to erotically express themselves and talk about bodies in a way that seems to compensate for their usually submissive role in ordinary conventions. The crowd at the Buku circumcision ritual context represents a kind of collectivity whereby the relationship among sex, alcohol, food, and mindful seem to be emphasized. In most cases, you realize the feast conversations are accompanied by public display of nakedness and bodiness. So in the next subsection, this paper is going to demonstrate that this act of feasting, the exuberant joy and intimate talks on bodies offer a complete picture of the community social cultural concept and desires as going to discuss. The first subsection, section 1.21, aesthetics of joy relationships and images of body humor. We like to say that apart from the outward seriousness attributed to the ritual, circumcision ritual, most of the circumcision processes are suffused with the jocular and the mock darkness, what you can even call the non-serious. So these elements become effective communicative tools or mechanisms in community. And look at it and realize that joking groups are legitimized by the feast on Busa and a lot of alcohol, local alcohol, and a lot of food with the circumcision ritual for participants to act outrageously because insult each other, make blood and sexual gestures, create havoc, and all this without causing the symbol causing offense. Below is an example by a real life situation. Such an assertion will be hidden from the public here. So here we have a man and a woman engaging each other, and a woman here gesturing to an energetic young man by her side. Because of husband says, "Come here, my man, with pence of steel. If you want to feast on my honey and sleep in my nest, come tonight." So the husband was around, and he was annoyed by this. So he replied by saying that, "How is it that while I'm here, a man with no pence to come and chew my woman while I'm here? Anyway, go on, young man. That woman is a caterpillar and her vagina is hollow. You'll die on top of her. Don't say I didn't warn you." So you having a look at this, you realize that such reference to the body, especially the sexual aspect of it, are significant, bearing in mind that one of the core purposes of the circumcision ritual is to enhance fertility and permit the newly circumcised men to exercise their sexual freedom. So, though satirical as it looks, the freedom of expression affords the participants an opportunity to lay bare the severe or taken for granted matters of society like sexual perversion or sexual inadequacy. As such, themes like sexual importance or importance and marriage are emphasized. And by calling upon a strong man to have sex with her, the woman mocks her husband's performance. But you realize that the husband does not accept to fall to the wife's call. So he retorts back by saying that the woman is sexually insatiable. In which case, the husband points out that he is the same guy who drilled this hollow, vagina to be so hollow, which is a sign of his sexual robustness. of which he is very sure that the young man cannot contest. So these two aspects enhance the Bukusu's consciousness of the culture, and consequently foreground the attainment of the purpose of circumcision, which is to make a man out of a woman. So images of body humor are also manifest through the way ritual participants manipulate their bodies by engaging in action politics and sex. For instance, we see there are so many scenes whereby men put on women's clothing, as I will show you later, and they adorn themselves in funny places, some improvise from plant products. So those actions elicit humor. Their manifest function becomes symbols of joy, combination, and prosperity. Ambivalently, the excessive indulgence is sweetness show that yes, abundance is welcomed, but again, extreme and reckless abundance is regarded as included and ludicrous, hence cautioned. So this ritual humor minimizes defiance from society's moral code and functions as a release from all that may create a serious conflict. If, for instance, posed in an humorous context, in this case, like circumcision arena. So here is a picture. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can hear you. You may continue.
Hello?
Yes, we can continue. We can hear you. Yes.
I can go on, isn't it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we have a picture of three men and other crowds observing. And this actually, these are three men. One man is putting on a thin skirt, and he had a weave on, and so he's being mounted on, and the one mounting him is also being mounted on. So, section 1.22 under vulgarity and taboo words, I would like to say that circumcision ritual is replete with participants and those many disproportionate expanses of obscenities, a debauched language, which characteristically appear emotive and arouse feelings of anger, revulsion, and excitement. So this deviation from norms is focal for the success of the circumcision ritual. For instance, the many references to the body, the humiliating processes are seen with insights, achieve their didactic power when tied to the core values of its based. So as insults elicit humor, they hamper the ancients. But again, they revitalize the ancients to master courage in the process of face the life or face the circumcision. So this concept of humbling before elevating is key in power vested upon at the circumcised. So the following is an address from the angle of the ancient. And the angle slapping the ancient says, the time has come, people. You can't change your mind now. It's time. Look at me in the eyes. Your mother's battles, your mother's vagina. Whom do you want to show fear? You dare, and I will beat you. Yeah? And he actually slaps him. Here we do not fear the life. So I look at this is that the seriousness that pervades the above attention reminds the ancient that circumcision is not for the faint-hearted. So in the process, the ancient is left with no choice but to master, have courage, to face the circumcision. So courage in this case is exalted, while fear is lambasted as shameful. So though the angle mentions battles and the female genitalia, the instructions emanating from the address are highly moralistic. So on the next slide is another concrete demonstrating the emphasis on sex, the genitalia description. So here we have two men, and the man says, "Hey, when he's a woman, you doesn't she have a vagina? Tell her that you are talking about to come here and have a taste of it. Hey, enough, bring your vagina here. We want to." What is that?
We have 1 more minute, please.
So here's the conversation. And so the last section says, the Pussams is also characterized by elements of desire, madness, and homelessness of a community mass and limited freedom to live in it. So the recreated world effortlessly augments participation and allows individuals to discover in their sight a way of producing out of temple chaos something which imparts to the ring of the boys and so on. So participants, for instance, grabbing each other's private parts, seizing property, destroying, mounting each other, as you've seen, walk naked, theft in most cases when punished. So Andobana says that such cases of moral decline violence are fundamental to making a man effective change. So common occurrence among the people is to expel fear, stone people's homes, destroy property as you've seen, and rebellious even address each other, and so on and so on. So this expansion of fear is equated to the creation of strength, which, like madness, impact the lives of the people, but outside even the circumcision ritual. So it's also a kind of a safety valve. So throughout this analysis, such vices like even same-sex relations, theft, and so on are discouraged. So it's on the family of this unique possibilities of free expression on the circumcision syndromes. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the paper establishes that the post-circumcision brings people together, whereby the free body of participants necessitates them to express the somewhat dreaded but revered subjects such as copulation, promiscuity, sexual inadequacy, and so on and so forth. And language, as we've seen, is cannibalized to express the celebratory nature of circumcision to enhance the post-conception of masculinity. And performances saturated with sexual intent, obscene jokes, and so on, are interpreted as simulating sexual virginity. So, though taboo subjects are openly talked about, there is some degree of ambivalence because beneath those jokes and vulgarity lie highly moralistic. So, lastly, deviation in behavior are attributed to some aspect of expression of delicate matters as a commission. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much, Mr. Changalwa. May we have comments and questions, please, from the participants? You can raise your hand. I don't see in the chat anything. Let me ask something then. What kind of psychological moment do you think happens, so to say, when people transit from that kind of festive atmosphere, where so much of what is not permitted otherwise is licensed now, as you say, and then they go back to normal life, so to say? Do people have to clear from their memories what had just transpired and then face each other, knowing what had just happened? Or what is it? Or this is something like so much embedded, there is a kind of a pattern. Everybody waits for this festival to take place, and then when it is gone, it is gone. What does it not present some kind of a psychological challenge, when the moment is over?
Yeah, actually, thank you for the question. From a psychological perspective, I can say that it's like when people are in merrymaking and they moved from a society that has certain serious rules and regulations. So they kind of wait for that particular moment for them to go into that and enjoy themselves, release their stress, and integrate with the other community members and do whatever kind of humanities that they can are able to do it. And after that, I think they go back to the normal, their normal life or day-to-day activities without engaging with those kind of capitalist or festival humanities. So yeah, I don't know how I can put it, but it's kind of people tend to just change over to a totally new environment, having gone through that circumcision. Yeah, you just have to move it, whatever you do, instead of let life move on. It's kind of a momentous thing, and they just immerse themselves into that practice, do whatever they do, and after that, then they move on to another.
Okay, there is another question I can see. Thank you in the chat. The language is gross. Is that the way it is in the documents? Where do you draw the line between academic language and the obscene? What can you do as a researcher?
Yeah. Okay, now that I wanted to make an impact, to have a contribution on cannibal literature. So I don't know how we can go about maybe this to try to mask some of these words without trying to kill the intended meaning. I feel like presenting, especially the expression as it was, as also people experience it on the language. To be
yeah, is that okay? Have you finished?
Yes, I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I think that I don't see any more questions. So, yeah. Ask him to repeat. Ask him to repeat. Could you kindly summarize your last answer very briefly, please? Very briefly, because I think the audibility is not perfect.
Okay.
Could you kindly summarize the answer to the last question because it wasn't very audible?
Oh, the aspect of academic language and
yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I was saying that I wanted to make a contribution on carnivore literature, and I found it so hard trying to mask or trying to cover or to try to maybe change the meaning of some of these words as they were used by the circumcision literature participants within the Kusu community, and then coming to present the same again in the paper without maybe losing meaning as it is. And I also try to relate to for example, the works of, for instance, Maiboy Amas, the rich ones are not born. Yeah, so maybe I just wanted to stick to the authenticity of how the situation was and present it as it is with
all right. All right. I can see Professor Kitetu raising her hand. Kindly, Professor Kitetu, your question or comment?
Actually, thank you, Prof. The question which I had asked on the chat is the one he was trying to answer, but I wanted to add very quickly that that's a challenge. That's a big challenge for him and for scholars to see how to balance this language. I'm trying to say that there may be journals which may not want to publish language which is very, I don't know, I am missing the word to call it. It is very gross. I said gross in the other. So this could be an area for you to bring in your innovativeness and therefore begin to market yourself in the way you actually use language to meet all audiences without them, putting their hands, so to speak, on their faces or on their eyes, or something like that. So think about it.
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Yeah, thank you. This presentation is over. Thanks to everyone. We move to the other one. I request Dr. Cuellar to make his presentation. Mr. Changalo, please stop sharing.
Okay, thanks. I don't have slides. I'm just going to talk with paper. Now I'll be, I think, a bit fast. So my name is Dr. Dishan Kwaya from the Department of Literature, Languages and Linguistics of Egerton University. I teach literature, and my paper is History in the Margins, Reverend Agri and Uru, and the invention of the community history for a modern Vignole. Now, this paper is based on a research I did in around 2006 and 2007. And in the paper, I'm trying to understand, I'm interested in an old man who was about 92 years at the time I did the research. Of course, he has since died. And I encountered him while doing doing field research in Bunyore in Western Kenya. At the time I went into the field, I was told I was conscious of an existing clan dichotomy between in the community. There are two sets of clans. The first set of clans is the clans of those who call themselves the owners of the soil, those who think by virtue of the fact that they are the descendants of the person who of the eponymous ancestor, the ancestor from whom the community is named. His name is Anyole, so they call themselves Abanyole, hence the name in the title. The second set of clans are called Abamenyiwa, or tenants at will, in the sense that they are not direct descendants of the eponymous ancestor, the ancestor from whom the community is named, but they came later and they were welcome. So, and over time, they have sort of naturalized, but they are always, the so-called owners are always conscious of the fact that they are not descendants of that particular ancestor. So this set of clans, as I said, did not descend from the eponymous ancestor. And you can see this this state of affairs comes from the time of the settlement of that interlacustrine region, which was very unstable. So people were often pushed away from their group, and they would usually settle wherever they could, wherever they were welcome. So this is the kind of situation that produces this kind of situation. So one thing that arises is that, therefore, even in many communities, there is no guarantee of a sort of genetic continuity. You might have those who claim they're the owners of the soil, but there are others who will be there, who will not necessarily be biologically related to those who claim to be the owners of the soil. So the consequence of this in this particular community is that those who are tenants are always marginalized. They exist in the margins, meaning that they cannot, they lack the kind of authority that the owners of the soil have, because they live at the mercy of the owners of the soil. At least in the past. Now things may be different, but at least in the past, because we note, for example, one Owen notes in 1932 that this clan binary between the owners of the soil and the tenants was very distinct in the 1920s. At the time he was doing research in that particular community, and it informed the way in which the communities interacted. Those who are the owners and those that they marginalized, whom they called the tenants. So by the time I was doing the research, one of my informants, who was Reverend Anduru, who comes from the tenant clan cohort, was ironically recognized and acclaimed as the living custodian at the time of the Nyole history. It is ironical because as an outsider, he had somehow come to be recognized as the custodian of the history of that community. So that is what attracted my attention to him, because when I was in the community, I was perhaps noticed that when I was asking people to tell me about the history of the community. Somehow, even those who come from the groups that claim to own the soil unproblematically referred me without thinking about that clan distinction. They referred me, they told me, you don't need to waste your time asking people to tell you the history. Just go to Anduru, he has everything. He has written a book. He has written books on this. So if you want, he has everything. Just go to him, you'll get everything that you want. So, so what happened is that it was not lost to me that the person who gave me that kind of advice was himself from the owners of the soil cohort, and he didn't seem to even realize the implication of what he was telling me about this person who ideally does not have the authority to speak about the community. So when I eventually went to see Reverend Anduru, the one that they referred to me, when I went to see him, I realized that he actually had written a book, and he was a preacher, and he told me that he went to school. He was born in 1918. That's the time that the Christian mission was just getting established. So he went to what they call at that time elementary B, which is basic literacy school, out of which the graduates of that school were expected to go and preach. But Reverend Anduru did not go to preach after he finished this school. Instead, he went to become a clerk in the colonial government until he retired in 1972. And after he retired, he embarked on doing research on the culture, the history, the traditions of Abanyole, and as well as taking up the role he had been trained for, that of becoming a preacher. So out of his research, that's where he attained the fame as the custodian of the Nyole history, and out of that he became a consultant of sorts on the history and anything that related to the culture of the community. So when I arrived in his home, he was in fact happy to sell copies of the books that he had written to me. I have copies somewhere. And so the question I asked is, if his role as a community historian constituted the overthrow of the clan hierarchy, because you see, he comes from the marginal clans. So eventually, going on to become the custodian of history was, for me, it constituted an overthrow. So, so it is that overthrow that placed him at the top. So, so it is through that and that it seemed that his books that he wrote helped him to complete that kind of overthrow, and therefore sort of sideline the exclusionary practices of the social structure that seemed to place give priority to some at the expense of the others. So whereas Anduru should have been conscious of his marginality, he dedicates the book to all my Abanyole. You know, I'm curious about that, because that term, all my Abanyole, in the sense, the entire community, in the way that excludes him would be a problematic term, because we wouldn't be talking about all my Abanyole, which includes him, because he already by birth was an outsider in that. So that there did not exist a term like this that was all inclusive, that it would include him. So I was curious to see that when I read the book, because yet elsewhere in the book, in which he says, he dedicates the book to all my Abanyole, he again says, he comes from what they call a clan called the Basiekwe. He says, we, the Basiekwe, are not Abanyole. Then he goes on to say that they just came. So conscious of the fact that he is not a descendant of the group, group that claims to be the mainstream group. Yet earlier on in the dedication, he had said he dedicates to the whole. So basically, for me, that constituted a sort of a contradiction when he does that. So in the book, what I found curious is that he goes on to list the Banyole clans and says that what appears as and says in what appears as a triumphal tone, the rest of us just came, as if to suggest that it is no longer a threat to him, to feel like he also sort of owned the fact that he is an outsider without feeling that it would threaten his being. So he was able to declare that in the book. He seems to emphasize the fact that those clans like his, who just came, as he said, are more than those clans that claim legitimacy, that are legitimate, claim legitimacy to the ownership of the land. Because in the book he says, he lists the clans, and the clans that lay claim to ownership of the soil are fewer than the clans that just came. So eventually there's a sort of conscious, there's a lot of symbols, a sort of symbolism I see this, in the fact that he seems conscious of the fact that at any rate, they have outnumbered the clans that lay claim, so they could not threaten them. That's why he seems to declare his outsiderness and play with it without the fear of the threat of probably any possibility that he might be removed from the group. So he seems to emphasize the fact that, I'd say that besides, it would be a contradiction in terms for him to use the inclusive all my Banyole, because the binary excludes him from the possibility of being one such. So the net effect of his contradiction in his declaration of outsiderness, that by saying we just came, and the dedication of the book to all my Banyole seems to discursively reconfigure the Nyole social structure. That it seems, it's in the sense that it is no longer, that structure is no longer in the same way that it was understood at the beginning, which seemed to threaten him as a member of the outsider clan. So in that sense, therefore, he seems to imaginatively, therefore, eliminate the binary and undermine the clan, his clan marginality in the way he has written the book, in the way he has structured it, so that in fact, he dedicates more space to the outsider clans in his book than the space he dedicates to the owners of the soil. The owners of the soil he dedicates only 26 pages to the owners of the soil, but for the outsiders, he dedicates over 100 pages, about 112 pages to the outsider class. Rightly so, because, well, they are more than the owners of the soil, number one, but the irony, the contradiction cannot escape notice, that the owners of the soil do not even have, are not, there doesn't seem to be enough to write more about them than there is about the owners of the clan. That's why I'm calling a sort of overthrow. It doesn't seem to. So in this way, therefore, he creates an ambivalent location for himself. He creates an ambivalent location for himself from which he can blur the clan extremes and thus deflect that, what I would call, that teleology of the master narrative that excludes those tenant clans. So only then, only then can he affirm his outsiderness without feeling threatened by the implications of that. So as I said, of course, he has dedicated 26 pages in that, I think, and 129 pages to the outsiders. So this dominance of, thus, the dominance of the owners of the soil is orthographically interrogated by the way in which he gives them less space, but gives more space to the other. So what I'm saying in conclusion, because I realize I've not have much time, is that for him to become the community historian and retain that position, he finds himself having to interrogate and dialogize, as it were, that community history that that excludes him, and make it clear that it has lost effect in order for him to rise above it and firmly locate himself as, without contest, as the community historian. And that's the way, seemingly, he was understood and given that kind of a space when I kept being referred to him as the person who is the custodian of the community history. Let me stop there and thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quayer, for this presentation. May I have questions and comments from the participants? Any questions or comments? So if I may ask then one question, what is, this is like a story of a major reorganization in the form of writing of communal life, you know, restructuring it and so on. What is the role of writing itself in that exercise? The fact that a community history can be rewritten like that from the perspective of maybe potentially somebody seen as an outsider, and to what extent is this made possible by the very fact that he is the one writing that history? Is that the power of writing actually, the putting things on paper? Or is it something else about, is it about the factuality of what he says that can make a community agree with like one who is not one of them, to be seen and to be acknowledged and recognized as the one who is their spokesperson, so to say? Yeah, maybe my main question is, what is the role of writing in that?
I did not talk about this, but in the paper I've said that I did not talk about this, but in the paper I've talked about what the power of writing, the advantage of the capacity to write, that ability to control, so that he is in fact his ability to discursively relate to that kind of history that marginalizes him, which he was able to do without any contestation in the writing. And given the fact that his text is acknowledged by those who have not read it as the text of the history of that, that exclusion of those who might have kind of contested him, because those who are saying may not know how to write, gives him an unassailable position. So writing in itself gives him a position that is unassailable, because those who marginalize him may not write, have not done this, so they would not contest. So the idea of having something that is written, which is technology that was associated only with a white person, is itself gives him an unassailable position. That's what I would say. Yeah.
I don't know, but I think
this is Professor.
What are in terms of community formations? I know examples, for example, that they talk about the original 30 of them. Others are people who are co-opted from other tribes. People who have been defeated in war and they are, they are actually brought into the community. But interestingly, as they speak now, they say the original ones are actually very few now. You will not see them. You just rarely see a few of them, of these original. The rest are the people who have been co-opted. They are the ones who have become leaders. They are the ones who have become everything. Now, in this instance, I don't know whether writing itself is actually perhaps the sole thing that actually privileged this gentleman. Isn't it that already maybe the others have been the original or the people who are the owners of the land are already maybe extinct in some way, and that their position is no longer attainable as people who have privilege and power, and perhaps that has diminished, and perhaps that's then why he's even now occupying that position we are talking about. Isn't it a matter of even if he's not writing, perhaps maybe then the original owners of the soil are essentially diminished in terms of their privileged position?
I would say yes, because in the first place, this dichotomy of owners of the soil versus the tenants is a position that would have been have had potency in the pre-colonial times, because I think, but the post-colonial times have come and changed, engineered the change in the social structure, which has removed power from those who laid claim and justified their claim on the soil. So in a sense, therefore, he going on to acquire again that what I would call colonial technology, that writing has given him a plus, which makes it possible for him to actually sort of signify to those who claim to own the soil, make fun of them by appearing to include them, but again bring them down by the way he gives them less space in his book, but more room to the margin. So it's like kind of upsetting the situation where the marginal go to the center, and those at the center now are, in a sense, in a very discursive way, marginalized in this text, which sort of translates in the actual sense in the way he is acknowledged, even by those without thinking that he belongs to the marginal clans, by those who belong to the clans that were once sort of the controlling clans, by virtue of the fact that they are descendants of Anyole, who is said to have conquered this soil. Yeah.
Thank you very much. this presentation is over. We move to the next one, which is by Dr. Chakava. Is Dr. Chakava in?
Hello, Chair. I'm here.
All right, please.
I'm co-presenting with Chakava.
This Mr. Kirui?
Yes, this is Mr. Kirui. Okay.
Start your presentation, please.
Hello. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes, please, we can see them.
All right, thank you, Chair. My name is Ezra Kirui. I'm a student from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and I'm co-presenting with Dr. Masaya Chakava. Though he has sent apology, he will not make it today. So I'll go ahead, and our topic is on challenge of framing climate change stories in selected vernacular radio stations in Western Kenya. So first, let me talk about climate change as the change in climate system caused by significant changes in the concentration of greenhouse gases. Those are carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide. And this has become a global discourse. Last year, we had over 25,000 participants in the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. That included 120 heads of state from 200 countries. So this is a debate that is becoming global, and the effects of the climate change is no longer a preserve of the ASAL regions, but also including non-ASAL regions. So, and journalists now have a diverse responsibilities of reporting climate change, about the implications of climatic changes to their audiences. This can help educate the public on adaptation and mitigation mechanisms to address climate change. However, this task can be challenging for journalists working in media houses which report in vernacular languages, because oftentimes the science of climate change can be complex to accurately translate. And this has prompted the Media Council of Kenya, which is an independent institution under Act 46 of 2013, which is mandated to regulate the media and set standards for journalists. So MCK has worked with various stakeholders to train journalists on how to report climate change. So it has come up with a curriculum that covers 3 modules. One of them is fundamentals of climate change, agriculture and food security, and also how to write a climate story. The rationale of this study is that this paper exposed to the extent to which training has impacted the coverage and framing of climate change stories, especially in vernacular radio stations. It also seeks to bring to light the challenges faced by journalists working in vernacular radio stations in framing climate change stories. Objectives and research questions for this study is what challenges do journalists working in vernacular radio stations experience in framing climate change stories? And how much ground has the MCK climate change reporting training covered among journalists in vernacular radio stations? And lastly, to what extent has MCK training curriculum on climate change reporting achieved intended objectives? And on data collection and analysis, this study was conducted among journalists selected from various Luya speaking language radio stations, that is Ingo FM, that is a subsidiary of KBC, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. There's an independent media, West FM. There's VUCA and Mulembe FM, that's under Royal Media Services. There's Vihiga FM, that's mostly affiliated to the county government of Vihiga. And then there's Anyole FM, that's owned by the Kenya Ministry of Environment and under Kenya Meteorological Department under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So this study is descriptive in design. The study was obtained through unstructured phone interviews with selected journalists, and the data was transcribed and analyzed qualitatively. It's also important to say that this is an ongoing study, and these are preliminary results. So one of the results, findings as per the objectives is that the challenges of reporting climate change in vernacular. So one of the challenges is the translational equivalence. Some communities had come up with climate change terminologies, such as that one in Maragoli, Iriva, Rihanga, which loosely translate to the life of a skeleton. And there's a way the community translates their language into their daily life. And the second challenge is the scarcity of expert sources who can speak authoritatively on this vernacular radio station.
Are you still there? We can't hear you, if you can hear us. Mr. Kirui, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Program host or producers and listeners. Another finding on training of journalists and on climate change reporting. We found that only one of the 15 journalists that we interviewed was trained by MCK on climate change reporting. And this training was booked by one of their employer, which is the Royal Media Services. And this trained journalist, we found out that he was yet to do any a story on climate change. Also, the journalists who did the climate change stories were self-taught. A third of them did stories in vernacular and Swahili languages. And some of these stories that were aired were the Conservancy of Maragoli Hills. Then there's also encroachment of Kakamega tropical rainforest. Then last findings on attainment of MCK climate change reporting objectives. We found out that penetration of MCK climate change reporting training among vernacular radio journalists is still very low. Climate change stories are not common in vernacular radio stations in Western Kenya. Also, climate change narratives in the vernacular radio stations studied are predominantly about disasters or uncertainties associated with climate change. You found out that when there is flooding, such as in Budalangi, it only hits the news during top of the hour. After that, there is nothing much done on that area. There's also the frames of risk and opportunity that are less dominant. And in conclusion, we can say that most radio journalists in stations studied have not accessed any training on climate change reporting. And those trained have produced very low output in climate change reporting. Also, editors do not give priority to climate change stories. They would rather air political news or entertainment or sports in place of climate change stories. So what we recommend is that the first recommendation is to enhance training for journalists in vernacular radio. Journalists or other producers should hold regular workshops. Stakeholders should hold regular workshops and even full course as opposed to 3-day workshops. They can extend that to full course. They can also invite experts and professionals during talk shows. Normally in Kenya, the talk shows normally are most listened to during morning and in the evening. There's also, for long term, we can integrate climate reporting in the curriculum for journalism schools. There's also need to develop training outside cities down to the counties. The second recommendation is to integrate rural participatory natural resource management into the county's environmental plans. For this, we need to amalgamate the indigenous training knowledge on climate change in vernacular radio programs. For instance, the Nganyi people, they are not well known for their predictions. They're called rainmakers, and they have attracted attention even globally. So we can amalgamate this traditional knowledge with science and make advisories and rebroadcast it to the community members down at the grassroots. Third recommendation is to devise innovative storytelling techniques. Climate change stories are cutthroat. They are in cutthroat competition from hard news. As I said, there's more competition. Journalists will easily go for a breaking news in a political happening, or even in sports and entertainment, leaving out climate change stories or relegating climate change stories to the peripheries. So editors also are yet to pick climate change stories as headlines. And then we found out, we can also say that listeners are not interested. Some of the listeners who are interviewed by the journalist, when given chance to talk about climate, they would rather send greetings or salams. And lastly, you can choose theatrical performances or drama, poetry, radio call-ins, and music into climate change themes to make radio climate change stories interesting and exciting. As we know, the Mulembe Nation have a rich cultural history or heritage, and they express themselves mostly in drama, poetry, and songs. So if we can find a way of integrating that into climate change themes, then it will go a long way. The fourth recommendation is to allocate budget for covering climate change. Media houses or journalists can do proposals for funding from stakeholders such as Internews, even the Media Council of Kenya. The Media Council of Kenya has been they have an academic or rather excellence awards on environment, and which they give grants to successful finalists. There's also the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Program that does funding for such initiatives. I think right now this program is in 24 counties in Kenya. And we on budgetary issues also, we can advocate for county climate change funds. In Kenya, there are only 5 counties that have established county climate change funds. And these are Garissa, Isiolo, Kitui, Makueni, and Wajir. And none of them is in Western counties. We can leverage on the Viga County Governor is the chairman of climate change and environment at the Council of Governors. So we can leverage on that to advocate for these funds. And lastly, there should be a strong institutional framework to guide and enhance mutually beneficial partnership between extension workers, radio programs, hosts, and the farmers. And lastly, what I can say is that since yesterday, I've been following most of the discussions here. There's a wealth of knowledge, and the only problem is that all this wealth of knowledge there needs to be a link between this knowledge source base and the common mwananchi down at the grassroots level, and this can be done through the media. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, please. Professor Kiteto, please. Professor Kiteto?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, kindly, please, your question or comment.
I was waiting for him to remove his slides.
Kindly remove the slides, please. Mr. Kirui, stop sharing, please.
Just close. Thank you.
Professor Kitetu, please.
Yes, yes, I'm here now. My name is Catherine Kitetu, associate professor in the of linguistics in the Department of Literature, Languages and Linguistics, Egerton University.
I'm very sorry, please. I think there is some confusion, please. Maybe you missed a part of our presentation. This was time for questions for the presenter. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was time for me to present.
No, not yet.
I didn't have a question.
Yeah.
I didn't have a question.
No problem. Okay, yes. Other participants who had David Derito?
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. And thank you, the presenter, for that nice presentation. It is so rich, particularly talking about the challenges of journalists presenting on climate change. Now, I'm concerned about one major problem, that is articulation of climate change concepts, particularly using vernacular language. Do you think that that's not something that you can blame on the journalists or even the vernacular languages, but it's a universal concept, because we understand that climate change is a universal problem, it's a universal issue, but the coiners and people who raise concepts to do with climate change are from the West, and therefore they disadvantage countries that come from communities with vernacular languages. I'm concerned about those who sit in the international conferences of or in UN, and the way they are not able to present these concepts using the vernacular languages or even using the indigenous African concepts. So I think this is something that should also be part of the recommendation for policymakers, particularly from the countries with people speaking vernacular languages. They can present more some of the concepts within those international fora. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think that was very important. Dr. Quay, I think you had a question, please. You come and ask it.
My question is related to that of David. I'm particularly aware that you are doing the study in Western Kenya, and I'm aware that in Western Kenya there's a group of rainmakers called, and I noticed that in fact at that point I realized you have what you call Nganyi FM, and that Nganyi group are usually the rainmakers. So I was wondering, as David has said, most of what we talk about seem to come from the West, but yet this Nganyi group are the rainmakers. Are they themselves conscious of this climate change, and what terms are they using to talk about the changes from, say, in the past, the way they used to make rain and the way the rain has now lessened? They probably have some terms. How do we try to popularize those terms? What study have we done of those terms so that we don't instead need to be doing the translations all the time? Please.
Quick response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Derito, and thank you, Dr. Indeed, you've raised a very important issue, and I raised it in one of the recommendations that there needs to be a proper way of amalgamating this indigenous traditional knowledge with modern science. And actually, the people who do that, they're called agro-meteorologists. And this one, like the Nganyi, as you have mentioned, the Kenya Meteorological Department trains these people, and then they rebroadcast the messages. They translate and rebroadcast the messages to the internet radios that are given to the community members. So they should be, and this is where these journalists should come in after being trained by Media Council. They should be able to translate this as I mentioned at first, that climate change is a complicated area, and it needs people to be trained so that they can translate it properly to the intended audience. So indeed, we can tap this indigenous traditional knowledge, and use also technology to create more awareness in the audiences. I hope I've answered.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is the end of this presentation. Now we request Professor Kitetu. Indeed, it is your turn now, Professor Kitetu. Kindly.
Thank you, Professor. I'm sorry, my hand had been up, but it had been for the other session. So forgive me for that. My name is Catherine Kitetu, as you have heard. I'm an associate professor in the area of linguistics. I belong to the Department of Language, Literature, Languages and Linguistics of Egerton University. The paper that I'm about to present has had about 4 of us looking into it. Particularly, I want to give thanks to our postgraduate students, Melvin Atieno and Gideon Rono, who helped in trying to get some small data to validate some of the things that we were thinking about. Now, this paper, or this small study, examined the cultural practices, ideologies in relation to the COVID-19 guidelines. Our focus was on the radical adjustment to the cultural practices that Kenyan communities had to make in order to deal with the unprecedented public health crisis. We want to argue here, and that's the main theme of this paper, to try and show that cultural norms were highly undermined by the COVID-19 guidelines or protocols. Now, without doubt, these guidelines were well intended, and we're not trying to say that they shouldn't have been. They were well intended, yet there are possibilities that they exist. They did create the familiarization of cultural concepts and social interaction among Kenyan communities. And we'll try to show some of the areas that we felt Kenyans were having to battle to meet these guidelines. Specifically, we look at the practices of handshake, traditional burials, and other modes of social interaction. Now, the guidelines are all over the internet that were given by both the World Bank and then, of course, adopted and used by our own Ministry of Health. Generally, they talked of an increase of social distancing. They did mention the schools, which, as we all know, they got closed. They did talk about businesses and markets, some of which were closed. They did talk of cancellation of events, like our very Kenyan thought of harambees and public barazas, and so on and so forth. Movement was restricted, public service, supervision of burials, and so on and so forth. Now I'll be mentioning some of these things and more to show how the people we talked to felt about these particular guidelines. Now, social distancing, which is really the main theme of this article, is about how far apart individuals stand from one another during interaction. Interestingly enough, social distancing is a very important area of study in several branches of social sciences and humanities. These sciences recognize personal space as a serious subject of inquiry into interpersonal behavior, and that these behaviors display communicative meanings. They're not idle. Very quickly, within our own practices, within our own experiences, when somebody stands too close to you, one subconsciously just moves back a step because somehow there's a way in which that space has been violated. So this has been studied in communication studies and in linguistics, and we mentioned a few things about it, but for lack of time, I'm just mentioning that quickly. Now, let me give some very quick definitions, particularly for the word culture. We are using culture here to refer to the characteristics and knowledge of a particular group of people regarding, among other things, their language, religion, cuisine, social habits, heroes, music, arts, symbols, name it, all ways of life. Now, the values are usually the deepest manifestation of a culture. They are not written normally, but people somehow know them in their psyche. And many times when they are disregarded, then it becomes a big problem. Culture, again, we can say, can be divided into two levels. We have the tangible and the intangible. I think, again, this is a well-known fact. Symbols, for example, heroes, rituals, are the tangible or the visual aspects of culture, while values, language, ideologies, beliefs are the intangible. And many times they get forgotten because they are not seen or even disregarded. Now, different social groups display different manifestations of culture in these areas. Our interest here is the cultural practice of social distancing, burial rituals, and handshakes among Kenyans, and the effect on the people when these practices were disrupted and disregarded during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we are borrowing quite a bit from cultural studies. I won't go into that, but there are theories shared across the disciplines of humanities and probably social sciences about what we call proxemics. Proxemics is the distance between you and me when we are talking or interacting. One scholar writing as early as 1966, his name Hall, an anthropologist, and writing about human and social distancing, began to show how this social distancing is actually an innate characteristic. That's why even animals, lions, name them, dogs, they fight for their space. So he was trying to argue human beings also belong to the same. I want to go very quickly. Then there are others who have done researches. I won't go into that long literature, but let me just summarize that bit by saying that it has been somehow been proven that people from different cultures seem to have different spaces which they give, some wide and others narrow. Kenyans, to a large extent, belong to what we call the contact cultures. There are those who are non-contact, and therefore they stand, excuse me, for a distance from each other. There are measurements even which are given. Hall, for example, talked about that from touch to 18 inches, that is the personal and intimate space. From arm's length, that is the social space, so that when you are talking to me and you're not at arm's length, you are kind of encroached into my space, and so on and so forth. Then the public space, which is actually much wider, and when I talk, I have to shout because you are a bit too far, and so on and so forth. Now, literature on Kenyans and this proxemics has not been publicized much, or if at all, not much has been written. In fact, what we found at all was just a bit that was written for volunteers coming to Kenya, particularly from America. And I found this very interesting. There's a guideline which told non-Kenyans coming to Kenya that Kenyans generally do not consider it to be rude to stand close to one another's personal space. Kenyans stand within an arm's length when conversing with one another. It is common for Kenyans, particularly from rural areas, to feel that someone who keeps a distance while speaking is being aloof. However, Kenyans from more urban areas are more likely to expect and give more personal space. I found that interesting. We haven't actually looked into it, should I call it scientifically, to prove that is true. However, there's a sense in which this is true. Many times Kenyans can sit close together without them feeling you are into my space, particularly in the public matatus and stuff like that. So there are those kind of writings. Then, of course, we thought of the Michuki laws, which came up sometimes in 2004, which was very interesting when the matatu industry itself had gone overboard and people now are packaged like sardines in matatus and so on. And he began to, this particular minister began to make and to create some laws in which when people sit in a public vehicle that they should sit inside within certain distances. Now, our study, I should call it just a pilot study because I think it is now we are beginning to get more ideas. We just used about 20 participants.
We can hear you. Professor Kiteto, I don't know whether the problem is in your network.
There was, okay, such terms were used that sad, bitter, suffering, upset, hard, not good, difficult, terrible, depressing, haunting, and so on. Most of the words which were actually very negative. In the paper, I show some of these. This vocabulary invokes, but also tells of negative psychological experiences. Details are elaborated down below by the interviewees. For example, concerning handshake, one interviewer said, "We humans are social. Touch in Africa, in an African sense, is the real greeting. To say hi is not sincere." Another one mentioned this and said, "In our culture, you feel good when you greet with a handshake. Waving at somebody cuts the relationship." I underline that word. During this time of COVID pandemic, shaking of hands as a form of greeting has been discouraged. Yet the gesture which has been accepted as a sign of respect, peace, and acceptance, especially in African tradition, has now been stopped, and so on and so forth. Concerning social distancing, one interviewer said, "We locked ourselves indoors. Children could not even visit their grandmothers because of fear. Depression set in, church was closed, the protocols were very difficult." Another one concerning burials said, "Not attending the burial, that was a bit hard for a close relative. Only 15 people were allowed." People believe that when you don't attend, then you'll be haunted. So they want to attend to depart, so that departing does not haunt, and so on and so forth. Those are some of their values. I found a very interesting one also on internet by somebody, Mercy Juma, and I think ours was very interesting indeed. She wrote saying, "When one dies, we have sherehe. Sherehe is the ceremony, and are involved. When we saw the medics burying, contrary to our culture of showing respect and making speeches, that was really saddening. And so people are sick and depressed." Mercy Juma, I quote her from her paper in the internet. She says, "I never imagined I would have to bury a loved one through social media. I never thought I would crave human contact that much. It was like a movie, except that I was part of it. And sadly, the Facebook live failed due to poor connectivity. And so I could not even watch Chris being lowered down into the grave." The question to me was, why are we so caught up, particularly in the burials, to see, to touch, and so on and so forth? So we did follow up with some in-depth interviews, and a lot of it touched on the culture. I don't know that I have enough time to explain all that, but one person said, "To see is to believe." When you don't see the loved one, as we saw when people were thrown, like one said, in some bag, they were put in some bag and just thrown into the pit. That was so very difficult, and many people continue to suffer, according to their words, to this day, that they actually need therapy. So there was no music. And one said, music is therapeutic, a therapeutic agent. It assists the bereaved person to express their deepest human emotion that cannot be expressed through any other form, and so on and so forth. So these interviewees, there were few, but they kept on giving us some of these thoughts. Should we take them as the absolute truth?
Kindly summarize, please.
Yes, I'm actually ending. We are trying to argue that these words may come from personal, people's own personal views, but words are never idle. And maybe even in a bigger study, we may find that the same words are shared by the wider community. And so we are suggesting towards the end that there may be need to do a bigger study, and we will probably follow it up, to check these guidelines and to check the cultures and the effects that these guidelines had on people, and particularly because many of them said they needed counseling. We are trying to say that such a study should involve, and it should be an interdisciplinary study involving linguists, medics, and psychologists, so that we can create some meaning out of all this. Thank you so much. Sorry for rushing so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kiteto. Comments, questions, please, from us listeners. David Derito.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Kiteto, for the presentation and for the insights coming from it. Now, I understand that we are trying to draw some difficult cultural practices and norms on some universal guidelines, particularly in the era of an emerging challenge like COVID, which is something that was felt all over the world. And I know that Africa had had a lot of challenge coping up with some of these new experiences. Now, when it comes to social distancing, I know that Africans are social animals. Our philosophy is communitarianism, Ubuntu, and it was very difficult to come to terms with the fact that we are being separated from other human beings. But I guess WHO, which is the main author of these guidelines, realized this later, and they even changed the language. They did no longer talked about social distancing, but physical distancing. So they were not trying to discourage people from socializing. They were only saying that there will be more danger when you come closer to each other in terms of, physically. So, so it's something that you need also to clarify when you're talking about, discussing this aspect of people being close together. So I think that there's a certain point they changed that to physical distance more than social distance. So they did not discourage social distance. They did not propagate for social distance, but they talked about physical distance. The second thing is, and it's a concern that I can also refer to the previous presenter, since you carried out research and you are engaging human beings in either, how do you call it? You're collecting data. Did you make an effort of maybe ensuring that your research is ethically sound by either referring it to a research committee or seeking permit from NACOSTI? Nowadays, it's mandatory. Even before you seek permit, you have to at least ensure that your research is ethically approved. Thank you.
Some response, Professor Kiteto?
I don't know whether the question is targeting what I talked about. What I said, this was really a very, very time study, and maybe a topic being developed for a wider study, to look at this. And of course, at that point, we look at, we'll get the permits as required and so on and so forth. But the rules, they kept on changing. I know, for example, from the 15 who could attend weddings and burials, it reached 100 and 200. Now it is a bit open, but people still suffered. Even then, they still suffered because they couldn't understand why they can't, sit close, they can't hug, and so on and so forth. Although it's not part of our culture anyway, but it was still difficult. It was really difficult.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments? I personally was just wondering on what basis actually is this generalization made. Maybe it's a bit autobiographical question, is based that Africans are very social, and so for them these COVID-19 protocols were particularly harmful, and detrimental. On what grounds is these generalizations that others are not like that?
We generalized the Kenyan bit mainly because they were under the same umbrella of the guidelines, particularly where it came to Minister of Health. Africans, I don't know. I don't know whether I could take this to Tanzania and to Uganda and beyond, but there's a sense, nothing has actually been written much about the closeness of people of the African continent and how they deal with some of these things, particularly their cultural practices. But there's a sense, and this is really to be contested, there's a sense in which there are quite a number of similarities. So, but it's an area that needs study, intercontinental, I guess. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, this presentation is over. We move to the next one. Robert will teach. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me sign out.
Hello.
Yes, you are welcome. You can begin your presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Mr. Rotich Robert. I am here to present to you a paper entitled Collapsing Seams, the Search for Truth as an Ethical Obligation in the Montage of Voices in Country of My Skull and the Cry of Winnie Mandela. This is part of an ongoing research for consideration for PhD at Egerton University. And this is an ongoing work with Professor Ileba, Dr. Kwea, both of Egerton University, and Professor Gude of the University of Pretoria. This study, this particular paper, centers on two specific texts, which are mentioned in the title, and it is based on the post-apartheid period, which is marked by the end of apartheid. And the question we seek to answer here is that with the end of apartheid and the conception of a new nation, what became necessary for the South African community in order to forge forward was to collapse the racial and cultural seams or differences, if you may, that were created during apartheid in the noble attempt to heal the nation. So that healing was actually motivated by the search for truth as an ethical undertaking, an obligation that we can easily see in many other post-conflict zones in which the desire to move away from the past is obligated on some sort of a truth commission where truth is a dominant signifier. So in these two texts, we are concerned about the notion of voice. In this particular case, we are trying to argue that these two texts use the metaphor or the figure of truth. And in so doing, it attempts to mediate a rich narrative in which the history of the nation, both past and present, is mediated through a narrative. In that particular engagement, we are actually concerned about the need to evaluate the many competing voices which come as a result of trying to understand the past and the present. So these two texts then, in many ways, mirror the nation's negotiation with ethical issues, particularly about remembering the past of apartheid and trying to forget that past. So in this particular case, we will be concerned particularly about 2 or 3 issues. And the first issue here is that of writing and rewriting symbolic histories of the nation. Angie Grok is a very pronounced writer in South Africa, not just as a writer of fiction, but she has also written extensively about other issues. She has made translations. She's a significant journalist. And for this particular case, she was a very significant member of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where she performed the critical role of being a journalist. But Country of My Skull seems then to evaluate on a second order the narrative of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Of course, the TRC, as we all understood, is that it attempted to give what we can call an official version of the history of South Africa. By official, it meant that it was going to pick only a few witness testimonies in the hope that those few witness testimonies were to be a reflection of the entire public testimony of all victims. So in other words, it was not giving the entire narrative, yet on the same level again, those few narratives were understood to mean the entire official history of the nation. On the other hand, we are concerned about the way in which Jabulo Ndebele, who is also a significant South African scholar, who has also been a one-time Vice Chancellor of a university in South Africa, how, for example, the symbolic history of one woman, who is very significant in this case, as having been regarded as the mother of the nation by her association by way of marriage with the late Nelson Mandela, and of course the eventual divorce, is a symbolic history of not just her own life, but also the life of many other women. And it will be interesting to see how, for example, in the 2 books, specific symbolic histories of South Africa are rendered through the narrative. By narrative here, we mean the fictional representation of specific historical realities. And we draw so much from mediated histories by writers like Jerome Brunner, Daniel Sahavi, who speak naturally about the contradictions that emanate when we try to represent historical realities by way of narrative. Of course, the big question that we are answering here is, what is truth? And for that, we look at histories, particularly of post-conflict societies, where if you look at the Holocaust, for example, histories of the Holocaust, writers like Hannah Arendt, Rika, Todorov, the big question is, it is not very easy to define the truth of a truth commission. By that, they mean that such histories are often subjective because, as we observed earlier, they are not narratives of all the victims or perpetrators. They are representative narratives. So the problem then that emanates from that is that we are dealing with inconclusive truths. So when you look at books like Grok, The Country of My Skull, and The Cry of Winnie Mandela, they are actually books that try to bring in the narrative to complete what we would say to be incomplete historical records. And it would be significant to note, for example, why a prominent stakeholder of the Truth Commission would go ahead to write another book that seems to evaluate the truth of the Truth Commission. And in this particular section, we try to figure out 2 issues here using those writers. The first issue here is, how do we negotiate between the multiple truths. By multiple truths here, we are looking at truths of white people. What is it that is true within quotation, that is quote unquote truth of white people, truth of black people, truth as overwritten by gender, for example. The idea, for example, that it is true that majority of the victims were women, and on the other hand, majority of the perpetrators were men. Yet, as we engage even with that notion of truth in quotation, that truth is in itself inconclusive. Because as you observe, characters like even Winnie Mandela occupy that problematic position of being both a perpetrator on one hand and a victim. Keeps telling the truth. Secondly, we also look at issues of fidelity in the sense of infidelity or immorality. Of course, the big moral question that is there in the cry of Winnie Mandela, or rather Winnie Mandela as an individual, is issues to do with infidelity. But then infidelity becomes a metaphor in this case because it tends to represent a variety of experiences. The very problematic way in which we read the cry of Winnie Mandela here. The cry of Winnie Mandela is about Winnie Mandela on the face value. But on a more deconstructive level, we might want to argue that it is really not about Winnie. It is about the many other women for whom the story revolves around. In fact, in the narrative structure of the cry of Winnie Mandela, Winnie becomes a participant in a community of women who are in a chama, which is here called an ibandla. They are speaking about their personal lives in the past. So Winnie's story comes both as a reflection of the lives of these other women, because these women have lived the same way as Winnie in terms of being victims. So the story is both personal, it is communal, it is also a story of the nexus, showing the nexus between the public and the private. Now, a very big argument here that we're asking ourselves in two cases is, what is the role of the narrative in the whole idea of ethical construction? And we draw a lot from mediated histories from post-conflict societies. And in this particular case, we draw from the Holocaust, from Rwanda, where it is impossible to find one single objective truth. As we have observed before with regards to Grok, the question of mediating history, for example, through other media, through interviews, or through letters and authorial intervention, seems to bring in a very problematic narrative in which so many competing truths come, and therefore it seems to foreclose the idea that there is one single truth. One example I may want to draw from is the inaccuracy of witness testimonies. For example, one specific character in Grok, and which is there, of course, as a witness testimony in the many volumes of the TRC reports, is a story of Mrs. Conile. And so within this story, she does not, of course, she makes a story as a victim, but on the one hand, she says it was, I may not be also accurate here, but she talks about time in the morning, yet when she speaks later on, time is in the evening. So the question, which has been addressed by scholars like Mark Sanders, particularly when we link literature and history, is how do we treat such kind of testimonies? Because on the one hand, they seem to be carrying truth because she's a victim. On the other hand, how do we treat the misrepresentation within that context? And so, well, in one example, of course, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as a report is basically a report that is given in terms of time, from the very beginning, when they started, to the end. But when you read Country of My Skull, which is basically a narrative rendition of the testimonies, there is an attempt by Angie Grok to sort of balance testimonies. By this, I mean that she presents testimony of a victim, a white victim, and then immediately after that, she presents, for example, the testimony of a black victim. And there are many other instances in which there seems to be balanced. Well, by balance, it means by deliberately changing the order of these testimonies as rendered in the Accurate Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and by trying to rearrange them for its own moral and perhaps emotional input, is a problem in itself. Of course, the other problem with mediating the narrative is in the cry of Winnie Mandela. In this particular case, of course, the life of Winnie Mandela is rendered indirectly through the lives of other women. So these other women who are discussing Winnie Mandela and comparing their own life experiences with that of Winnie Mandela, and at some critical points trying to mediate for Winnie by speaking about certain realities, is in fact problematic. So in this particular case, we argue that while on the one hand, narrative is very critical because it allows us to understand post-conflict societies. Because at the moment, I mean, at the time when conflicts are there are no narratives. We create these narratives after the violence is over. This is an argument that is extensively rendered by Hannah Arendt while she was writing about the Holocaust.
Mr. Rutich, try to conclude, please.
Yes. So if they are competing truths, and therefore most of these truths are uncomfortable, what exactly is Grok and Debele doing? If truth is subjective because of competing community interests, and they are also colored by race, gender, the intention of the author, then the argument here is that these two scholars seem to argue for some sort of truth in which, which seems to allow for multiplicity. In other words, there is no need, according to Grok, to evaluate the competing truths, but to go to one truth which is pragmatic. And we draw to some extent on the writings of Richard Rorty on that account. So in conclusion, we argue that the questioning of truth in South Africa is a very legitimate concern. The questioning of the way symbolic histories are rendered in the narrative is also equally important because it allows us to envisage how communities contend with different ethical obligations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rutich. Comments, questions, please, from the audience? David Derito, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rotich and team, for the presentation. And mine is not a question, but I agree with your conclusion that truth is relative, and we can see the way the struggle is within those texts that you've been presenting on coming up with one specific objective, which is something that is elusive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was a comment. Thank you. One more question from Professor Waku. If you want to come here.
Can be hard.
I'm not sure. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Rotich, for that good presentation. But I think my concerns are that you see, these events took place in terms of whether Winnie Mandela was a victim or she became a perpetrator and all that, and then also the issues of truth and reconciliation, truth, justice, and reconciliation. We are talking about real people, real events, and I'm seeing you are struggling to say that actually there is perhaps no truth, or that, you know, truth is double-edged, it is subjective and all that kind of thing. Because if Winnie Mandela, for example, participated or even sanctioned the killing of that boy, I don't know, the one who was so publicized, Stormy or somebody, yeah, something like that. And then when it comes to now finding the truth, it's like it is neither here nor there. That we don't know whether she did it or whether she. So her version of the story is now being made into like truth is subjective, and therefore we will never know who actually. And then Winnie in the story by the Bele, in a way, I think he's being apologetic for her and trying to maybe that society has wronged her in the many ways it did, took away her husband and so on. And then when in truth, in reality, when Mandela came out, he was again, perhaps then in that case, unfairly divorcing her for what has transpired between her and those friends, men friends of hers. So, and when that came to again, when it came to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission side, those people are also mentioned all over the place as perhaps even being party to some of the problems that Winnie Mandela engaged in the society. So basically my issue is, are we then saying that there's actually no truth, that all the events that took place essentially almost like what Kriegler concluded about Kenyan election, we don't know who won. You know, is it then like that? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Waku. Mr. Rotich, what is your response?
May I say something, please, Prof?
Professor Kitetu, yes. Yes, Professor Kitetu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, I am not even so much responding to Rotich, although I've really enjoyed. Am I on? Yes, I am on. I've quite enjoyed your presentation, Rotich, as usual. I like the way you provoke our minds. Yes, the whole idea of truth is very interesting indeed. You realize, like the interviews I talked about, that is their truth. Can we universalize it? Is it legitimate? And that in linguistics, for example, we say, yeah, truth is what is perceived. If that's what people perceive to be the truth, then that's the truth. But then those are the issues then you have to grapple with. But yeah, the word truth is very interesting and very contagious. Thank you.
Just before you answer, Mr. Ruti, just to thank Professor Kriu, who reminded us of the name, Stompie Sepei. And then if you're reading Mr. Rutich, the chat, Teresia Caberia is asking you to get in touch with her because she is working on something similar. So please do that and you can answer also. I wish to acknowledge the comment from our Chairman of Council, Dr. Hukawariu, who says, I'm learning a lot. This presentation triggers our thinking and takes us into the realms of philosophy. What is truth? Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Rotich?
Yes, thank you very much for the comments. I'm really profiting from this. Yeah, from what Professor Wako has given me, I think it is also another idea, particularly where we talk about the idea that there might be no truth. Yes, I'll be able to read more on that and expand my knowledge on that. Yes, the question of apologetic voices. Yes, I feel in one way that the Belle's novel seems to be apologetic in a way. Of course, consider also that it was during the launch of this book that Winnie Mandela was actually present during the launch of this book, and perhaps maybe because of that soft, representation. But it must also be seen that, on the other hand, Grock is highly unsympathetic of Winnie Mandela, even where at some point she sympathizes with specific perpetrators like even Botha. So it's really a problem. Like what we are talking about is there is truth, but that truth is really muddled in an environment where the whole thing is not very clear. And perhaps in the conclusion, or rather the subtitle where I talk about the ethics of compromise, it appears as if the question of reconciliation is pegged on the fact that we don't want to know all the truths as they are. Because the moment we go to those truths, maybe the question of reconciliation may not work. And I think that is a subterranean argument that that Grock seems to be advancing. Now, on the question of perceived truths, thank you very much, Prof, for this. Maybe I would still have to look for you for further insights, because this particular study also bases itself on questions about the language, particularly in terms of how it is conceived in language. I'm more concerned about what you say as perceived truth, because perceived truth would be, a deviation from historical truth or the truth as we know it. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Wario, for the comment. Thank you very much. And for Kaberia, I'm definitely going to get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rupich. Thank you, everyone. We have completed this presentation, and we have only one more. We have been informed that the last paper on the program, the presenter is unable to present, so we are remaining with one paper, and that is the paper by Dr. Gacheya. Is Dr. Gacheya in? Professor Kitetu, could it be that you are presenting on behalf of the three authors? We are looking for Dr. Gacheya or Professor Kitetu or Professor Chai. Professor Kitetu, can you hear us? Because at least we see your name is.
Yes, I can hear. I can see you, but I don't have. Dr. Gache is the one with the document.
Yeah.
As I was preparing it.
All right.
So, and I'm not seeing him here with us. So I don't know what will happen. I think we may need to skip it for now.
Yes, I think we will do that because we cannot afford to wait. So once again, thank you to everyone for enriching us with so many ideas and hearing the results of work that has been done seriously over a period of time. Thank you for the participants. Thank you to those who presented, to those who were present, to those who asked questions, to those who commented. It was a worthwhile academic exercise. Thank you very much.